Good evening. I want to call the meeting of our Baldwin County Planning Commission, the September 1st meeting to order. If you will, at this time, stand with me as we say a prayer and a pledge of allegiance. Our Father, we're thankful to you for the day and for the blessings you've given us. We thank you for the blessing of living in this great county. And Father, we thank you for the opportunity to serve here tonight and for this open meeting, the freedom we have to do so. Father, we just thank you so much for our county officials, for our first responders, for all that make this a great place to live, especially for our staff who's worked hard to put this meeting together. Now, Father, we pray that we conduct ourselves in a way that honors you tonight and shows respect to each other. We pray all this in the name of Jesus. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This time I'll call the roll. Daniel Nance. Here. Brandon Bias. Here. Robert Davis. Plummer Tonsmeyer. Here. Jason Paget. Michael Mullick. Here. Greg Seibert. Here. Bill Booyer. Jamie Stratager. Here. Mike McKenzie. Here. Rebecca Teal. Here. Okay. We have a quorum. At this time, you've all received a copy of the minutes. I think there were some revisions made, and they've been made, offered up. So does anybody have any corrections that you failed to mention earlier? If not, I'd have a motion that the minutes of the work session, August 4th work session, and our August 4th regular meeting be approved.
I'll make that motion that we approve the work session minutes and meeting minutes.
All right, Michael Mullis made a motion to be approved. Do I have a second? Second. Brandon Bias has seconded the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, the minutes are approved. Okay. As you can see, we have a full house tonight, and we have a full agenda. We have almost 18 items at my last count, so we have a lot to cover tonight. So just real quickly, let me establish some information for you that you need to know about. If you didn't fill out a form out front, you need to do so if you wish to speak. It would help us because it registers you that you were here and you spoke. Those will be brought to me. We will open a public hearing on each item. The staff will make a presentation. The applicant will come up. We'll ask questions. At some point, I will call on the public. I will have those sheets, and I will call you by name. You can come up. You'll have to come up to the front to speak. We're asking that you keep your comments to 3 minutes. Please honor that because there are a lot of people here tonight. In fact, it would be really helpful if you're in a large group for one item. If you kind of get a spokesperson or 2 or 3 to speak instead of everybody. I say this every meeting, and it's difficult to get across, but a lot of you get to be repetitive. We don't need to hear that there's 10 people opposed to drainage. We get it when one person tells us. So try to minimize that so that our meeting can move along. But I will give everybody an opportunity to speak if you wish to speak. But please keep it to 3 minutes. But you will need to fill out those forms so they can be brought up to me and I can call on you. And then at some point, I will close the public hearing. And when I close the public hearing on that item, don't raise your hand because I won't be able to call on you to speak because I will have closed it. So that gives us the opportunity then to ask questions of staff and make a decision. And so just honor that if you will. I think I've covered all that I need to cover at this point. So Mr. Matthew, you want to do a presentation at this point, or do you, or not? Are you not going to do that?
No, you can just go ahead over the first item.
All right. Okay, we're going to have our rezoning cases first. We're going to begin with case number Z2216, Martin Property. We'll open the public hearing on this. Does anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item? Yeah, well, I'll call you. I was just talking to our group. Okay.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm sorry for the confusion with me standing up here. This was prepared by team member Selena Boykin. She had a conflict come up, wasn't able to be here tonight, so I'm taking this presentation for her. The Martin property is a request before the Planning Commission to rezone 1.31 acres from RSF1, that's residential single family 1, to RSF2. This is the first rezoning case in the new Planning District 19, which was approved in last year, so it's a brand new district, and so this will be the first time we see a case from that. So this is in District 19. Again, the subject property is located east of Fox Run Lane and north of County Road 32. It's also just west of Section Street in the southern part of Fairhope there. Again, we've seen the dimensions. You can see the applicant and the owner there. Quick reference in terms of where it is in proximity to other uses. There's the Point Clear Tennis Club, which is an old condominium development that's just to the northeast here. You have a church immediately to the west, and then you see that there's a great deal of residential properties, many of which are RSF2 on here as well. Now, I would note that south of County Road 33 is Planning District 26, so that's the borderline between Planning District 19 and Planning District 26. Here are the properties, again, of the surrounding area. You see the Bethel Lutheran Church there. The main difference between residential single-family 1 and residential single-family 2 is the minimum lot size. In residential single-family 1, there's a 30,000 square foot minimum lot. In residential single-family 2, there's a 15,000 square foot minimum lot. Staff has looked at the 11 factors that we look at when considering a rezoning case. Is the requested change compatible with the existing development pattern and the zoning of nearby properties? We consider this to be one of the primary factors. In this case, there's a great deal of RSF2 right around there. In Planning District 19, I worked closely with the citizens who were on that advisory committee, and one of their priorities was preserving the rural character of the area. Rezoning this to RSF2 in some ways locks it in as residential. That's going to be what they naturally develop it as, instead of trying to pursue maybe some type of commercial rezoning or something along those lines. In terms of, has there been a change in conditions upon which the original zoning designation was based? Have land uses or conditions changed since the zoning was established? Planning District 19 is a new district. The way zoning works is zoning is intended to change over time. And so this individual, since the property has become zoned, has kind of made a determination on what they think is a good use of it. And then it's a question for us, is this compatible? One thing to note, Planning District 26 is to the south of there. We did have some citizens reach out and say, well, how many zoning changes have occurred in Planning District 26? There have actually been over 40 zoning changes in Planning District 26 since it was formed. 37 of those have been upzonings, and 23 of those have been upzonings to RSF2, just like we have here. It does conform with the master plan. We don't see where it's going to impact traffic patterns. Their next step would be to pursue a subdivision. And in that process, they'll have to have drainage evaluated and some things like that. But at maximum here, they should be able to get 3 or 4 lots. And so that's going to keep them locked in terms of their overall impact to the community and in terms of really keeping it pretty close to the character of the surrounding community. These factors are all in your staff report, and I'm going to keep moving right along. Again, comments from the Highway Department and the Subdivision Department of Planning and Zoning regarding requirements moving forward with the next step if they do pursue a subdivision. Here's what that change represents on the transition from less intense to more intense. Again, staff summary and comments here, and then staff's recommendation is an approval. Now, this next slide is a new slide that you'll see moving forward in all rezoning cases. This is what we'll keep up during the public hearing period. This is a reminder that there are 11 factors we consider and the summary of those factors. It's a reminder that factors do not necessarily carry equal weight, and that staff review is based on the information provided by the applicant and that is otherwise readily available. 2 other points I'll notice: we have received some public opposition to this, and some were public opposition, some were more of just questions and concerns. The church had some concerns about drainage issues that they've had, and during the subdivision stage of this development, they'll have to answer to any drainage impacts that a 4-lot or 3-lot subdivision might cause, how that might impact the church and how they will handle that stormwater. There was also some concerns about traffic. We did look at some of the latest traffic counts on County Road 32. The only that were publicly available on ALDOT's website was to the east of Section Street, but those numbers are still such where there's still considerable capacity there to handle a couple more homes that would result potentially from this upzoning. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
All right, does anyone on the Planning Commission have questions for staff?
Matthew, in the determination of zoning when this district was enabled last year, you mentioned there being some RSF2 lots across County Road 32. Are any of those existing lots non-conforming to your knowledge?
As far as I know, none of them are non-conforming. Okay. In fact, I think most of those are around 20,000 square foot
okay.
lots.
Gotcha.
Across the street, zoned RSF2.
Any other questions for staff? Okay. Thanks, Matthew. I have 2 people signed up. Hunter Smith.
I'm Hunter Smith here on behalf of the applicant, and Matthew, appreciate your introduction. He summed it up pretty well. I think the purpose and the reasoning for the rezoning follows what he said. So I'm here to answer any questions if needed.
Okay, Mr. Smith represents the applicant, so does anybody have any questions for him? Okay, thank you. And then I have Thomas Marr.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. I don't have a lot to say, but so you know, I've been a realtor for 49 years, and I manage the Point Clear Tennis Club. Miss Martin, who's the applicant here, she owns half of the tennis club and all of this property on 32, and she's actually my better half. So, we live together. At any rate, this property, the way it was zoned RSF1, renders it practically unusable because it leaves the other part, RSF2, which is also unusable in the fact that RSF2 requires 15,000 square feet and RSF1 30,000 square feet. All the property, my understanding is all the property across the street is RSF2, and the property adjacent to it is RSF2. And that road, Fox Run Road, is a dirt road. Across the street from this property is kind of a rundown home, 2 single wides, and 1 property that's pretty boogered up. So, anyway, I don't know what else to say. I think it should not have been zoned RSF1 to start with, but it needs to, there can be a maximum of 5 lots on this property at 15,000 square feet a lot. So the way it's done, you really can't do but either 2 or 3 parcels. And this property is high, dry, wooded, and gently sloping to the, from east to west. And there's a retention pond behind this property, and the sewer there is gravity fed. So, unless you have questions for me.
Does anybody have any questions for the applicant?
I have one question, and that has to do with the dirt road that's there. How much of an impact is that going to be, or is it going to be an impact on the ability to get ingress and egress to these lots that you plan to put in there?
I'm not positive. I heard all of your question. You asked me about, are you talking about County Road 32 and the impact on it?
Oh, no, on Fox Run.
Fox Run, well, one, the corner, which would be the most westerly corner, fronts on that dirt road. Straight across the street from there is a church. So, and that Fox Run runs all the way down to a stable situation. There's a home down there, fair amount of land. I don't know how much land is down there, but it's probably between 10 and 20 acres. So when you get behind this property, then the tennis club owns all the rest of it. So, and I manage the whole thing. So we've had a storm and 2 hurricanes, which has practically rendered the south half of the tennis club basically unusable today. My investors are not going to put the money in it to fix it. It's going to be about $200,000. I do have a prospect for the whole thing, but they would have to put the money into it, and not my current owners. I don't own any of it myself. I manage it 100%, and they can't fire me.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'll remind planning commission members you were given a handout of some comments that were sent in to us on this particular item. And that's all that I had signed up. Was there anyone that didn't sign up? All right, at this point then I'm going to close the public hearing. Matthew, you need to add anything else? Okay. Any other questions by members? Then I'll entertain a motion. Remember, this is a recommendation to the county commission.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we recommend approval of this to the commission.
Okay, Mr. Boogers made the motion that we approve this as a recommendation of the county commission. Have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, Michael Mullick, second the motion. Any comments or questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion passes. All right, our next item is case number P-15001, Little Point Clear. This is not a public hearing. We've had our public hearings on this item, so Matthew, you're going to lead us out on this one?
Yes, sir. As you all know, this is a result of a code enforcement complaint that then resulted us to evaluate a conditional use approval. Just for the reminder for the Planning Commission and the audience, that a conditional use approval is one that kind of lives on the border of what is allowed and not allowed in a district. And so because of that, it gets extra scrutiny. And then when you approve it, it's approved as a site plan. And then if there's any changes to the use or changes to the site plan, it has to come back in front of you for approval again. In this particular case, there were some concerns that there had been changes in the use and in the site plan. And so a letter was issued with 7 violations. There was a special meeting that you all had. We've had a follow-up meeting as part of one of your regular meetings. And then at that meeting, you all set a timeline of 90 days in which you would revoke the conditional use unless the violations had been resolved. That 90 days is tomorrow. And we have worked closely with legal counsel for the applicant. And we do believe we're pretty close to a resolution based on our communication with them on 6 of the 7. And I would say that we're close on the 7th as well. We feel pretty good about where we are on 6 of the 7. You all have been handed a copy of a draft notice of action which we also provided to legal counsel for the applicant here. The main question remains the question of permanently reserved required off-street parking spaces. And the way that staff had proposed that that be resolved in coordination with our legal counsel, in this case, Marcus McDowell. And what I'm going to do is, you have that in front of you, I'm actually going to just read the proposed resolution there. So permanently reserved required off-street parking spaces, applicant shall discontinue the use of tents so long as it is understood that access to the 11 required off-street parking spaces shall not be substantially or permanently limited or prohibited by other barricades or structures, with the following clarifications. Number one, all vehicles parked on the site, including food trucks, shall be parked within one of the required off-street parking spaces. Number two, the applicant or Little Point Clear may honor prior agreements to provide a tent for events on the following dates, so long as the tent does not encroach into the right-of-way, and then it lists a number of dates, which they've represented to us they had pre-existing agreements on. Number three, it is understood that some of the parking spaces may be used temporarily as a drop-off or pickup point for a shuttle that moves guests or support personnel to or from off-site parking, or for similar activities associated with an event that does not substantially or permanently limit access to the 11 required off-street parking spaces. And those activities do not encroach into the right-of-way. And then we give you two examples that were provided by the applicant in their presentation to you on August 3rd, 2017, which was when there was a conditional use amendment 5 years ago now, that showed some examples of how that space was being used in a very light manner. And so we're essentially saying that we're willing to recognize that the Planning Commission accepted that level of use. But then we also include two photos of how that space has been used in recent months, just based on what was posted on the applicant's Facebook page. And it's our position that those represent too intensive a use for those parking spaces. And so we include those to clarify what our opinion is of that. Again, all the other items, at least in correspondence with the applicant's attorney, I think we've come to an agreement on, and you all have those. So staff's proposal is that we move forward with this notice of action as drafted. And do you all have any questions?
Okay, any questions for staff? Okay. Then does the applicant have a representative here to say they're on board with?
I believe I saw Mr. O'Hara here. I think it might be good for him to come up and make some comments.
Thank you, gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, I'll be brief. We have worked closely with Matthew, and I agree what he said. We've resolved 6 out of the 7 issues. We do still have a difference of understanding as to what the commission approved in 2017, but I think we've got a solution. And it took a little while to get to this point. Not because my client delayed, just because it was she was looking at property to the north, the Ford property. I don't know if you're aware of the location, but Little Point Clear acquired that property last week. Literally, it took that long, and we've been working on that since this issue came up, and the parking seemed to be at the heart of what the issues were before the commission and the use. issues. So we plan on submitting an application shortly that's going to address the issue related to the parking in the front area of Little Point Clear. And we believe we're going to have more than adequate parking to address that. And I've spoken with Matthew, where we are going to have professionals involved, engineers and architects, submit that plan going forward. So hopefully it'll be expedited process. Other than that, you know, I just want to be clear, Little Point Clear does stage private functions, these wedding receptions and the like, where people are outside enjoying the social activities, food truck, mingling. They've never allowed parking in that front area during those events. And I prepared a binder for all of you with the transcript from the 2017 hearing. And on 4 occasions, I said, you know, this is the type of event that was staged: a wedding reception, a rehearsal dinner, a charity function, and one other event escapes me right now. But I did say, as you can see in this picture, there is no parking in the front. No parking. What we did is there's a southern driveway, and we allowed parking there in the 2 spots there, but everything else was handled off-site parking. And that's why the commission in 2017 said, you need to give us proof that you've got an off-site parking agreement, which we provided in 2017, and we recently provided to staff because they requested the other copies. So long story short, I think we've got a solution now that we have this additional property on I think everyone would admit, a non-conforming site that's been there forever. And, you know, we're trying to work with the department and the commission on satisfying everyone's interest. Okay. Do you have any questions? I'd be glad to answer them.
Mr. Hare, have you acquired professional services yet for the design of the additional space to the north?
I'm sorry.
Do you have professional services? Are you engaged with the designer currently under contract to design that space?
No, I think at this point, you know, the parking is the big issue. So we're going to proceed with an application that addresses the parking. As far as what's done with any of the structures on that Ford property, that's way down the road.
What I'm saying is you'll need to engage a designer to design the parking spaces.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Has that professional been engaged?
Yes, BES Engineering. In fact, he's here now if you want to ask him any questions.
Well, we don't have an applicant, that application before us to respond to, so I just.
No, sir. No, sir, you don't. And that's what I'm saying. We're going to expedite and get something in front of the.
What is your anticipated timeline on that?
You know, within the next 30 days. I mean, is that, you tell me.
No, I mean, I thought that's a decision y'all have to make on when you make that application.
Okay.
That's not,
okay.
That's our
purview. And I believe there was a misunderstanding. You know, I found out today that we could have proceeded on an application having just the agreement, you know, the lease agreement that we had with the Fords previously. I wasn't aware of that, but now that we own the property, you know, we can move forward expeditiously, put something in front of the staff and then the commission. Yeah. Anything else?
Well, I'm just going to, from my position, I hear what you're saying, but I think that what I would like to see, and it's going to be up to you guys to make the motion as such, but I'd really like to see us vote on a resolution on these 7 items that we have. If you plan to come in with something that's going to change that, that's fine, but I think we need to, we've kicked this down the road so much. If we're close on this, I'd rather go ahead and approve this resolution that we have on the table. At least that's done. If you do bring something, we don't know that you will or will not. I'm not saying that you won't, but
yeah.
Things change, and And when you bring it in, then we have the opportunity then to revisit the issue then. But I would rather have resolution to what's been an ongoing process now for quite some time.
Yeah, I would concur with that, Mr. Chairman. I feel like this provides us a stop point to move forward into the future.
But at the same time, I don't want to, there are 7 items. I'm hearing that you guys are in agreement with at least 6 of those, and this 7th one seems to be one that's hanging.
Yeah.
But if we're close, I would rather move on it
And one of the things we're trying to achieve, and I've spoken with Mr. McDowell and Mr. Brown, is we're trying to be precise in what we're agreeing to, so that there's no further misunderstandings.
we would agree with that. Yeah.
And I'll be the first to apologize about how long it's taken. Part of what we've been trying to do is acquire this property that we think, may put an end to, a lot of these issues. So, again, do what you need to do tonight, and I'm sure we'll be back.
Okay.
With good news.
That'd be great. Any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Matthew, you have anything else you want to add?
No, sir. I think I'd maybe just clarify for the record that we did take the photos that Mr. O'Hara showed in 2017 and use those as our reference for what we are saying is acceptable. And so I think that we're proceeding on those grounds.
Okay. So Planning Commission members, you have what was presented to us, the resolution of those items. So what do you want to do?
I just question, how do you want it phrased? Are we going to, for a notice of action of 7 items, for how specifically would you want that motion framed?
So I think you can, we drafted this notice of action, which usually we draft them after y'all take it, but if you're okay with the action in the notice of action that y'all have in front of you, then you can just say, make a motion to take the action set forth in this notice of action.
I'll make that motion as stated.
I'll second.
Okay. So Mr. Nance has made the motion, and Bill seconded it. Any questions or comments? Let's be clear about it. So does anybody have any questions about the motion? And included in that motion is a deadline of September 30th for some of those items to be done.
That's correct.
Matthew, is there an anticipated inspection on the 30th to verify?
So we'll coordinate with the applicant. And again, on the 30th deadline applies to all items that we were in agreement on. So we'll just coordinate with the applicant to make sure those have been resolved.
Okay.
What will happen if they are not resolved by September 30th?
We'll talk to legal counsel, and we'll probably have to coordinate with the county commission as to next steps in terms of further legal action.
Okay. Any other questions, comments on the motion? All right. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Our next item is a public hearing on case number TA-22004. This is a text amendment to the Baldwin County zoning ordinance. Mr. King, you going to do the presentation on this?
Yes, sir, Chairman, Commissioners, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Chairman, do we need to pause for our disclosure statement?
Does anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item? All yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first of all, let me, a huge thanks to Selena Boykin for preparing a majority of what you're about to see. Selena couldn't be with us here today, so you get to listen to my redneck drawl for a few moments. And also, Chairman and Commissioners, I may need to, because of the way we're operating slides today, I may need to revolve back and forth between my seated position when we get into the public hearing where we're answering questions. So please just bear with me when we have that. And so, Commissioners, we have a text amendment before you today, and this is a very significant text amendment because it is introducing for the Planning Commission the Planning District 35 zoning map, as well as various miscellaneous amendments and revisions to the zoning ordinance itself. And so, as a reminder, as the Planning Commission has seen before, we are working within the zoning ordinance, which is our rule book for this endeavor. We'll give the Planning Commission a brief overview that we're going to discuss the timeline of Planning District 35. We're going to talk about the local provisions and the maps within Planning District 35. We'll talk about the advisory committee and also the recommendations of staff. We'll go through the various zoning requests that will also be incorporated into Planning District 35. We'll talk about the miscellaneous we talked about earlier, and then we'll give you a staff recommendation. So you'll see this slide repeated as we go through today's program. As a reminder, commissioners, and also for our citizens with us here today, that zoning in Baldwin County is a citizen-driven process. And we won't delve deep into the Code of Alabama, just to reassure everyone, of course, that the various code citations you see up there, that is what gives Baldwin County the authority to have zoning. So citizens request this, not all of Baldwin County has zoning. So let's go through the timeline. As you see, September 7th of last year, and we had the notice of intent that that citizens within this area were interested in having zoning. Went through the petition process, and that was accepted on February 1st of this year. And then that directs the judge of probate to conduct a referendum to have that election. And as you can see, that it should be conducted by May 1st, was actually conducted on April 26th. As you see by the vote count, it was successful. Then the County Commission appoints an advisory committee of citizens who are volunteer citizens, much like yourselves, to go through the process of building a zoning map. That first meeting was held on June 16th of this year. The additional points you see right there represent those various meetings. And here we are today presenting that process, presenting it to today's Planning Commission. The future process, the next step, provided that the Planning Commission takes action today, will then take it to the County Commission for consideration, similar to a zoning change. And so you follow our progress bar right there. The 100-day moratorium is still in effect for that area of Planning District 35. It will expire October 24th. Should the zoning map be adopted by the County Commission prior to that on the 4th of October, as we see up there, then the moratorium would end at that time. So we'll go through the timeline. We talked about the timeline as we mentioned earlier. Let's talk about the local provisions. This introductory paragraph was prepared by the advisory committee. Commissioners won't read every word to you, and then we'll have some staff comments on this later on when we get into the staff portion of the presentation. And so we're going to go through the summary. We're going to summarize through the amendments. And so one of the requests of this advisory committee was that these different zoning classifications, zoning districts rather, are not available in Planning District 35. You see the list right there. Now you see the TBD, TBD, TBD. That would be obviously the date of adoption of the County Commission. So how is this different from the full ordinance unless modified by local provision? And Commissioners, some of these items will probably just be faster for me to just read to you, so that way our viewers watching can just hear it. Unless modified by local provision, the following districts are recognized by the full ordinance. Highlighted districts are those proposed to be available in Planning District 35. So what you see highlighted here, if you look at what's on the left is excluded, and then you look on the right that's marked in yellow, that's what's available in Planning District 35. Obviously, there will be some items that will be incorporated into the zoning map that represent what's there now. This is in terms of going forward. Some additional requirements is commercial rezoning. And what you will see is that in Planning District 35, the request is to limit that to B1, B2, and B3. We won't go through each of these in great detail right now, Commissioners. We can return to this and explain in greater detail, especially if there are questions. But needless to say, there are some activity nodes very similar to what you saw in Planning District 8 and Planning District 37. And so how is this different from the full ordinance? Well, and of course, in the full ordinance, unless modified by local provision, certain rezonings can be requested anywhere in the district. And of course, then we go through the review process in terms of Article 19 in the zoning ordinance. Staff is in agreement with the requests for Planning District 35 as you look at the rural and suburban areas represented in that planning district. So we'll show you the major activity nodes here, and what I'd call to your attention are the blue areas. You'll notice we have a wide band of major activity node along Highway 59. Now, the dark background are areas within the city of Foley, so a good bit of that area is in the city. But you see there are several areas that either are fronting on Highway 59 or within the area of influence of Highway 59 that would be zoned by the county. So those are some activity nodes. The other major activity nodes, a lot of activity, of course, a lot of industrial uses at the intersection of County Road 12 and County Road 65 in the northwest corner. You'll see a small area at the intersection of County Road 16, also known as Keller Road, at that same intersection of County Road 65, and then, of course, the intersection of County Road 10 and County Road 65. So, looking at those activity nodes, B1 and B2 zoning districts would be available in those areas. If not represented, would be available to be rezoned to those. Just in the bright red areas you see would be available for rezoning to B3. Again, that corridor along Highway 59, as well as that area at County Road 16 and County Road 65. So, Commissioners, what is before you on screen? This is the as-recommended map by the Advisory Committee. You'll see the various areas and the various zoning classifications represented to begin with in the map if this is adopted, and then we talked about the items going forward on the previous slides. So, separating zoning classifications from actual uses, because obviously land use types can cross over several zoning classifications. So we have a list of 25 different uses here that would be forbidden in Planning District 25. Won't go through each of them, but you see some of the intense uses listed here. But, however, you'll notice the bottom bullet point that open air storage would be allowed within the commercial nodes listed above. Where you would typically see more open air storage in the M1 type of areas, this would allow it in all of those commercial nodes we talked about previously. Let's talk about some additional buffer requirements requested by Planning District 35. So, for example, a 40-foot landscape buffer between major residential subdivisions and farmland, and a 10 to 20-foot landscape buffer between major residential subdivisions and less intense uses and zonings. And so, of course, we have a chart available right there. We also have a definition of farming use to incorporate into this adoption. Again, how is this different? Well, the full zoning ordinance does not include a landscape buffer between rural agriculture zonings and subdivision developments in higher intensity residential zonings. So this would go a bit beyond. Landscape buffers requires a visual barrier road frontage. And so this, just to summarize, this is asking for, Planning District 35 would be asking for a minimum 20-foot can be part of the required setback as a buffer along the entire width of the property which butts the said road. How is this different from the full ordinance? This 20-foot landscape buffer visual barrier contemplated by Planning District 35. Well, the full zoning ordinance only requires an aesthetic buffer for these uses. The full zoning ordinance requires only a 10-foot buffer. The full ordinance does not require native plants. The full ordinance only requires trees, shrubs, and grass, while the local ordinance increases the requirement to specifically require overstory trees. And continuing on, native plants. And just to summarize, Commissioners, in Article 17 of the zoning ordinance, it encourages the use of native plants, but does not explicitly require it. So this would add that requirement for Planning District 35. Wetlands. Let's talk about wetlands when a subdivision project occurs. And so this is explicitly requiring wetlands to be set aside in common areas. And the full ordinance, in terms of zoning, does not explicitly require wetlands to be placed in common areas. This change will help ensure that wetlands don't get placed in residential lots and then slowly get cultivated into uplands. There is a bit of a safety valve on this, Commissioners, because we do have that requirement built into the subdivision regulations. But if you had the situation where a project did not trigger the subdivision regulations and trigger some type of site plan or subdivision review, this would fill that gap. And then wetland buffers in Planning District 35, for example, a 100-foot stream buffer for major projects along the Bon Secours River. So wetland buffers in general, development now occur within 50 feet of any jurisdictional wetlands, non-jurisdictional wetlands, or jurisdictional streams. In terms of Bon Secours River, that increases to 100 feet. And so in the full zoning ordinance, that requirement is a 30-foot wetland buffer. This would bump it up to 50 feet, and This also, the full ordinance does not apply to non-jurisdictional wetlands. This would make it in place for non-jurisdictional wetlands where we have isolated wetlands. And then, of course, we talked about Bon Secours River. This would require it to be 100 feet. Sidewalks, this is going to make an explicit sidewalk construction requirement, 5-foot sidewalk, 5-foot wide sidewalk requirement, typical, very similar to what we have in the subdivision regulations. And again, that is not contemplated by the full zoning ordinance. And again, Commissioners, there's a bit of a safety valve because there is a requirement for that in the subdivision regulations, but it depends upon the lot size and the amount of infrastructure installed. So this is a bit more of a gap filler as well. Commercial building facade requirements, without going into great detail, under the full ordinance, the facade restrictions apply only to many warehouse developments. As you'll see in the left side, there's the desire to have to use masonry, wood, or other materials which present a pleasing appearance and which would be compatible with the surrounding area. The other option would, of course, be that the provision should not apply to the portions of a structure that are fully screened from view by a required visual barrier or landscape buffer. So a couple of different ways to come into compliance with this requirement. But as you said, that full facade requirement is not in the zoning ordinance. Accessory dwellings, and this is something that we get a lot of questions on in the zoning ordinance. And what this will do in Planning District 35 is that explicitly allows an accessory dwelling as long as it does not exceed 60% of the size and gross floor area of the principal dwelling. And this is a common allowance in other planning districts, as you see all of them listed right there. This would explicitly put it into Planning District 35. We're going to talk about it again when we get to the more general amendments as well. Native and non-native plants, and again, as we talked about earlier, Article 17 of the zoning ordinance encourages native plants but doesn't explicitly require it. And so this provides that in there. And you see the specific requirement on the right from the zoning ordinance. Also, we introduced the concept of a heritage tree and what would have to happen to remove a heritage tree. And so this definition of a heritage tree, and again, we can get into great detail on this to answer questions about its diameter at breast height and its size. This defines what that heritage tree would be. What this introduces to the zoning ordinance in terms of Planning District 35 is actually introduces the process of having a tree permit. And so we covered the first two items. And so now we're going to cover staff's recommendation. And so, Commissioners, what we are going to recommend is that the committee philosophy, the paragraph you see right there, we're going to recommend not including that into the zoning ordinance for Planning District 35. And I'll just read very briefly from the top of the screen right there. While noting for the record as part of the public hearing, staff recommends striking this. Due to recent confusion caused by similar language in District 15 local provisions, and just to elaborate very briefly, what we had a bit of a struggle with on Planning District 15 is that there was a similar paragraph that did explain a philosophy for that district, but did not give explicit requirements. So we had some trepidation on what the specific text requires versus what the philosophy encourages. So to avoid that confusion, we recommend striking this sentence. The zoning map is essentially the same as recommended by the advisory committee, but the staff's recommendation includes the area you see in the balloon that recommends that area near River Road to be zoned RSF2 to contemplate a future development which will be a PRD, a planned residential development. And just to give some of the details on here, you see we list the parcels that would make up this future development. And just to pause and be very clear, that development has not been submitted. We do not have a subdivision application for that development. The developer and the engineers have had to do some extensive pre-development work on the project, and while they were performing that pre-development work is when this zoning referendum came about. So the allowance would be here is that those parcels that you see would be permitted to have clustered lots within RSF2 zoning, which would still maintain approximately 2.9 units per acre, but it would be with the dimensional requirements shown in Exhibit A, which we'll show you below, and should be subject to the donation of the right-of-way to the Baldwin County, to Baldwin County to the satisfaction of the county engineer. And we can perhaps in a moment zoom in on this area when we're answering questions, but what you'll notice this is Plan North. Along the north and west side of the property there is a proposed future right-of-way that if this development came about, would be dedicated to the county. Now, the clustering of the lots talked about above, that would give the lot sizes and lot widths you see in Exhibit A. And it's an exhibit because it would be an exhibit to the actual resolution that goes along with this zoning ordinance adoption. So you see the maximum height of structure and various details, but these would be 6,500 square foot lots that are 52 feet wide with the setbacks that you see before you on screen. So we've gone through all of those items. So additional 35, additional District 35 zoning requests. Just to advise the planning commissioners, there may be some additional requests verbalized to the planning commission during today's meeting. We've had some phone calls and emails from citizens in Planning District 35. They may want to verbalize a request from behind the podium today. So let's go through the miscellaneous requirements, commissioners. So Chairman, Commissioners, we're into the zoning ordinance itself. And so first of all, thank the commission and thank the county commission for adopting the community preservation district. However, we think the title is a bit confusing. Matthew and I attended a meeting a couple weeks ago where we were approached by several citizens who were very, very confused by the titling and thought that it was the total opposite of community preservation. They thought it was an incredibly restrictive zoning district when it's in fact a very minimal, a very light district. So as you see on the screen on the right, this district is simply a base or light zoning for rural areas or historic communities where you would have lots of existing nonconformities. So we just simply want to make this a very simple title, and this would be a change to the full zoning ordinance. Also, Commissioners, we talked early about additional landscape buffers for Planning District 35. We would also like to include a general landscape buffer amendment into the zoning ordinance as you see here. So on your chart there, for example, landscape buffers for subdivisions adjacent to rural zonings, farming uses, and lower intensity residential zonings. And so just as an added example, if you look at RSF 1, adjacent to a farming use, that would be a 40-foot landscape buffer for someone building a subdivision type of development. As you see, we define farming use, and we also give some comments on the zoning administrator. And so, and I think I probably described that as you see on the right. Also noteworthy, as you notice in the top right of your screen, this was requested in Planning District 8 and Planning District 37, and also being repeated in Planning District 35. So staff believes it's prudent to go ahead and bring this into the full zoning ordinance. Okay, accessory dwellings. Unless prohibited or restricted by local provision in Article 2, all planning districts. So we changed it from, instead of a list of planning districts, to all planning districts. And what you'll see here is that there's a lot of confusion from citizens who believe that it was already permissible to have a mother-in-law suite or some other type of accessory dwelling on their property. This would bring it into the full zoning ordinance with the exception of Planning District 25 that expressly prohibits an accessory dwelling. And Commissioners, I'm going to pause here for a moment and ask Ashley Campbell to join us here from seated in her position with her microphone. And so residents of Planning District 26, they addressed the county commission as you see there on screen. And the county actually hired Ms. Gina Todia, wetland consultant, to do some examinations in Planning District 26, this is the Point Clear area along County Road 1 in that area. And so this gives some more explicit requirements, and I will briefly turn it over to Ashley.
Good evening, Commissioners. I was involved in the study that Gina Todia, she performed this study and presented the evaluation recommendations to my department, and we took those recommendations to the Environmental Advisory Committee, and the committee had some comments about the recommendations, and they actually enhanced the recommendations. The report in itself just talks about how indispensable and fragile those wetlands are in Planning District 26. This is County Road 1 and Scenic 98 in Point Clear. The report actually recommended several updates to the local provisions, and that's what we're here for tonight. But the Environmental Advisory Committee did recommend that along with those local provision updates, that we create a public education program about education regarding wetlands and the importance of the wetlands. So that was added into the recommendations. Another component to her recommendations was conservation easements on properties owned by citizens, and also the purchase and preservation of large tracts that are in Planning District 26. So out of that recommendation came a list of parcels that are priority parcels for conservation easement acquisition through some of the different grant programs. Those are just a list. They're there for guidance when the watershed management plans and the grant program start seeking out the best properties to purchase for preservation with wetland preservation in mind. But then it came down to the local provisions, and the local provisions are on the screen that that Gina recommended. The committee, the Environmental Advisory Committee, reviewed them and then did agree to recommend them to the Planning Commission and then to the Commission. The local provisions updates basically are on there, and I'll just read them to make it easy. One accessory dwelling per lot shall be permitted by right in Planning District 26 and RSF 1 and RSF 2 districts, provided the accessory dwellings does not exceed 60% of the size and the gross floor area of the principal dwelling, except that no accessory dwellings or structures shall be permitted that require the filling of jurisdictional wetlands. So they're allowed their principal structure and wetland fill associated with that, but they're not allowed a accessory dwelling or structure that will fill jurisdictional wetlands. I can't see that, I can't hardly see that. Jurisdictional wetlands in this area, the fill will be limited to the nationwide 18 1/10 of an acre per lot of record. Currently, majority of Planning District 26 is in the coastal area, which is the 10-foot contour and below. But this would also apply to some of the areas that are not coastal. So instead, they're only going to be allowed to do 1/10 of an acre of wetland fill, which is the nationwide 18. We also had a recommendation which would allow a variance for yard setbacks if a variance shall not be required for a 25% yard setback encroachment that results in a 25% or greater reduction of jurisdictional wetland fill. So this is incentivizing reducing setbacks to protect wetlands. And the last would be that the staff would support shall be given to all highway construction setback appeals that will result in a reduction of jurisdictional wetland fill as long as they're pursuant the Alabama Code for the highway construction setbacks. The wetland evaluation recommendation was citizen-driven from Planning District 26. They approached the commission and the county and asked for further protection of these critical wetlands. They not only serve for habitat, but water quality. They also protect our coastal area for flooding. So these are the recommendations for the local provisions, and we also have the evaluation report available if you'd like to see it. We will soon be posting it probably on our website. Anyone have any questions?
Mr. King, are you through?
Mr. Chairman, what we wanted to do was just pause here for a moment, so that way if the commissioners wanted to stay on this topic, you can question Ashley, and then if the commissioners are satisfied, we'll move on with the rest of the presentation.
Does anybody have any questions for Ms. Campbell?
I do have one. Just a question on, because you had a 50-foot buffer on like Bonsky River and other, and there's wetlands and that type of thing. If a homeowner owns a parcel of property and the imposed buffers or imposed wetland delineation there make that lot unbuildable, is that a Board of Adjustments for that homeowner or that property owner at that point that they would seek? Because I don't know that the overlay of this district, well, I don't know that we could make someone's property unbuildable that they currently own it. So is that procedure just?
We have a variance process that assists with that.
I just want to make sure.
Board of Adjustments.
Okay.
Yeah, because whether we're talking about Planning District 35 or what's before us, Planning District 26, since we're dealing with zoning, that enables the ability to petition the Board of Adjustment for those types of variances. Commissioners, we'll move on to try to pick up some speed. So we went through item 4, the full zoning amendments. So now, Commissioners, our staff recommendation is to ask the Planning Commission to take up Resolution 2023-001, which would be a resolution going to the Baldwin County Commission and would contemplate the zoning map that you have before you, the local provisions that I have before you, and then also you'll notice the resolution has some very specific language that we talked about that specific development earlier. These are just larger versions of those documents to be easier to read. Commissioners, I'm sure there are many questions, so I will turn it back over to the chairman and am happy to answer questions on behalf of staff. Mr. Chairman, some of those I may need to be seated to answer them better so we can go back and forth to slides.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. King? Mr. King, I got a couple. Back on sidewalks, it says that sidewalks are required now for all major projects on all major roadways. But then at the end of the paragraph, it says that a sidewalk is required on the entire portion fronting the functionally classified road. Up top it says major, so are all functionally classified roads considered major roads?
That's a great question, Commissioner, and or Mr. Chairman, and I would say from a terminology standpoint, we may be using a generic term and a specific term. I'm going to ask Tyler Mitchell to jump in here and say before I misstate something, because you know, a functionally classified road may be County Road 32, may be County Road 87.
And Mr. Chairman, let me just jump in and say, for sake of time, we'll look into this and make sure it is resolved.
Okay. The other one I have is in regards to your landscape buffers that you, for the overall zoning ordinance. Are those in addition to setbacks? Or do those encompass setbacks?
So, Chairman, Commissioners, it depends upon the lot. It depends upon the lot where they fit, and so you may have an instance where you may have some overlap, and it's hard to describe that. It's hard to describe that without having a potential lot to look at. But you know, whatever setbacks are required will be enforced, and then whatever buffers are required will be enforced. I think it's probably a reasonable expectation that if you have a brand new development, there will probably be some type of common area for those to be placed.
Okay.
We've had a couple of questions around your special staff recommendations. I know y'all have the recommendation of striking the advisory committee philosophy for District 35. And District 15 has that as well. Are there any other districts that have that philosophy, any sort of philosophy included as part of their special designations?
Going by memory, the one that stands out is Planning District 15. I'm not recalling any others that jump out like that. I'll ask Matthew to jump in here if I'm misremembering, but I think Planning District 15 was the only one that had an explicit introductory paragraph.
I'm not aware of any others.
I completely agree with the premise there because of the issues of how that interpretation occurred within District 15. My other question about the recommended change of zoning from the, I believe it's RA to the RSF2 for the future PRD, was that future PRD presented to the advisory committee as part of their deliberations?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so we explained to the advisory committee that would likely be a recommendation from staff when we came before the Planning Commission.
With the codifications, I guess, included as part of it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. We tried to be as explicit as we could with the information we had available at the time of the advisory committee meetings, what that development would look like and where it would go.
Any other questions for staff?
I had one on the heritage trees. On here, we have to go back and inspect if they die or destroyed. Is there a timeline for that associated for staff to go and inspect a development or a lot? It's on page 46, item D, that they're destroyed, need to be replaced. I just wonder who followed up on that, or is it citizens' responsibility?
Likely between the subdivision process or the commission site plan process, or if we have a tree permit process, there will be some type of follow-up inspection, yes. We require as-built drawings on various types of developments, particularly those that are commission site plans. And then, of course, major subdivisions where infrastructure is being installed go through a final plat process. And so there's a means of handling that at the development stage.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. King. Unless you have something else, I have a few people signed up. Someone.
Go ahead, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I have several signed up, a few in opposition, a few that are not. I'll start with those that are not in opposition. Austin Webb. Okay. Alyssa Haley.
I'll pass for now as well.
Bill Jenkins.
Just want to let you guys know that the rest of the advisory board is here. If you have questions about, I guess, as things come up later on tonight, we'd be glad to answer, talk about why we put in what we did. But thank you for the opportunity to serve. You guys got a tough job doing that up there. We just only did it for a few meetings. So, but I want to say thanks to staff. What a great bunch of guys to help. But that's all I had.
Okay, thank you, sir. All right, those in opposition, Luke Manning. There won't be a second chance, so once I close the public hearing, it will be closed.
Chairman, Commissioners, Luke Manning. I'm here to represent my client at 19477 County Road 10. And in an effort to change the B1 zoning that is noted to B3 along with the northern parcels that butt up to Keller Road. The only thing that I've heard through the advisory committee meetings is that water runoff and flooding is the main issue. And we had not heard of any drainage and flooding issues until after the vote to become under and subject to the planning and zoning jurisdiction. This issue is brought up at every advisory committee meeting, but still no word had been said to the property owner. Excuse me. At the final advisory committee, the issue was brought up again, and I asked the advisory committee if a drainage study had been performed, and there were no answers to this question. Without a drainage study, there is no way to know if the stormwater and flooding was coming from the property and flowing onto the adjacent lots to the west. I took it upon myself to go to this property on Thursday, August 25th, to get a visual of the flooding that the advisory committee has been talking about. During this week of August 25th, the Foley, Alabama area received about 4.24 inches of rain, with the greatest amount one day being around 1.63 inches, which occurred on Thursday, August 25th. And that is when all the streets, roads, lots, etc. in the Foley, Alabama area were flooding. I observed and documented with photos that all the water was flowing into the drainage ditch on the west side of the property and was flowing to the south of the property towards County Road 10. You are able to view the neighbors' backyards from this property, and no standing water nor water intrusion from this property could be seen. I even drove through Simmons Drive, which is where the flooding is occurring, to see if I had missed something, and still no standing water could be seen. On Monday, August 29th, a heavy rainstorm occurred around noon. And since we were on site working on a existing building that is being constructed, we were able to see that the ditch was filling up quick, but we could not see that any water was running off onto the properties to the west on Simmons Drive. The owner of the property, nor us, his contractor, had heard of any issues until yesterday, August 31st. Mr. Joe Pavado, who owns the residence at 7582 Simmons Drive, called the owner of this property, Mr. Terry Elkins, yesterday morning about the flooding that occurred on his property on Monday, August 29th. The owner, Mr. Terry Elkins, called me, his contractor, to go talk and discuss this issue with Mr. Joe Pavado. I met with Mr. Joe Pavado yesterday, August 31st at 1:30 in the afternoon to view where
Mr. Chairman, I'll jump in here and kind of be the bad guy. The question here is your request, are you the property owner?
I'm not. I'm his contractor.
So you do have authorization to request a different zoning?
Yes, through the property owner.
B3, and the question is whether or not that's appropriate given the intensities around there. So the flooding is not, I realize that may have been a big issue of the advisory committee, but really the big question is compatibility, one way or the other. And that's where staff kind of filters that stuff out in the process.
I got you.
So I think we know there's flooding, and maybe there can be other questions.
Okay. Anybody have any questions for them? All right. So this is something we'll look at when it becomes a viable option for rezoning or whatever use they want to put on the site at that time, would we not? It's when you're going to consider the drainage issues, not at this point.
That's right. I think their issue, though, is they're requesting a B3, which will not be available to them based on the way that these nodes have been carved out. And so the question is, do you all think that a B3 is appropriate there? I guess I'll leave it at that.
And if I may, this current property is used for enclosed storage buildings. Currently, there are 6 storage warehouses in this area where people store boats, RVs, that kind of stuff. And the current property owner has access from County Road 10 and is looking at purchasing the north property, which is the long property running north-south, just above it in the green, and is wanting to proceed with building more enclosed storage buildings. Now, these buildings cannot be seen from County Road 10 because there are pine trees up and you have to drive down the road, a private drive, to get to them. There would be no access if we are able to build or the owner is able to build more storage units on the northern property, which he is already under contract to purchase prior to the voting. And so there would not be access from Keller Road. It'd still be the same driveway. More, drainage and stuff would be put in, a retention pond, whatever needs to be done. Just in the notes that the advisory committee stated, they were excluding mini warehouses, office warehouses, and I just wanted to, advise on making this a B3 zoning in order to expand and better help the community, with storage of their recreational vehicles.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just gonna have to jump in again. We are gonna be here all night if we have 5-minute and 10-minute individual. I think we know the request is B3. Buford, can you remind us what staff recommendation is on that property?
So yes, thank you, Matthew. So commissioners and everyone in the audience, if you look at the kind of pink colored property, it has a B1 labeled in it. just to the west of Highway 59. And just as a reminder, what the advisory committee recommendation was is that limit B3 to that area along Highway 59. So this would be out of the area of influence of Highway 59. So B1 is requested on the map. So Mr. Manning's request on behalf of his client would be B3 for that property you see on screen.
And if you all want to take action on that, it'll be as simple as when you accept staff's recommendation, you'll say, we recommend staff's recommendation with the addition of making the property requested by that individual B3, and that would make it that, if that's what you all wanted to do.
Okay.
Matthew, so in this, just to make sure we understand this, the proposal is B1, which does not include on-site storage. We are grandfathering that existing use in to remain as it will remain as is.
That's correct. It'll be a grandfathered use.
Okay? All right.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you, sir. All right, Corey Staggerwall.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, let me give just a very brief preamble. If you look on screen, the area of B1 we just got through discussing, you look immediately north, there's two parcels that our map, both staffs and the advisory committee is recommending RA. Immediately west of that is Mr. Steigerwald's property that we're showing for RSFE.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm Corey Steigerwald. I'm here representing really 4 lots. Myself, my father, and my grandmother, or actually her trust owns that. And I wish I could point at them, but it's adjacent to the green lot that you see there. We're talking north of B1. I'll try to make it short and sweet. I have a similar request to the previous gentleman. And my father and I, we've had plans to develop some of this property. You know, being unzoned, we really didn't have to go through any zoning or discussion with the county. We have a previous permit to build a 50 by 120 kind of a open storage building similar to what we're talking about on this B1 property. And we'd like to continue to keep those plans. We do have some storage there right now. It's kind of open air storage. And the RSFE zoning is really not applicable for our property. And I guess I'd like to request it to be rezoned as a RA, and I think that Mr. King has advised me that that's probably the most applicable zoning to get to what I'm trying to do. I did notice, and I guess it's more of a question, it specifically says many warehouses and office warehouses are not permitted in this zone at all. So even if you get it rezoned, I guess I would have to ask that be striked from the permitted uses, or the not permitted uses. I think that's it.
Let's be sure I understand what you just said. So you're requesting that we rezone those 4 lots to RA? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
But with what was your condition?
Can you pull up the not permitted uses?
Yes, sir, commissioners, and let me go back to that. And so, commissioners, you'd have a situation where what you'd have to contemplate is that, one, if it was the pleasure of both Planning Commission and County Commission to set the initial zoning of those properties as RA, and then staff would have to figure out how to word it so that way the initial zoning could be RA, the initial use could be as Mr. Steigerwald was talking about, but I think the advisory committee would then still want that desire that no further could be added within Planning District 35.
Yeah. Okay. Any questions for Mr. Steigerwald?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Haley, you'll have to tell me your last name. I don't want to mess it up.
And I'm going to reiterate again on the property at 19477 County Road 10, the highlighted in pink, the B1. I'm just kind of reiterate the need for these right now. And Matthew, I won't take too long. These have been in operation since 2005. For 17 years, these storage units have offered a great service to the residents of southern Baldwin County. Due to the continuous building of subdivisions in the county, the need for storage units have risen greatly and are in high demand as the owner himself has a long wait list. The size of the homes being built now, HOAs and restrictions have made it very difficult for residents to keep personal items on their properties, including large items such as boats, trailers, campers, etc., and that's where our storage units come in. The plan would be to build a facility with the same size scope as the existing storage facility and would complete the plan for the entire project. We are finishing now the last phase of the original property. Over half of those units are already spoken for, and our company uses all Baldwin County contractors, laborers, and suppliers. The only thing brought in outside of Baldwin County is the red structural metal. The 5-acre site just north of our current business will be oriented to the south and will be accessed from our current operation entering from County Road 10. And there will be no traffic congestion or no noise from the new proposed business to the Keller Road community. The proposed new operation would have a tax base of over $2 million and would employ over 100 people during the construction phase. Then it would solve over 100 families, contractors, businesses, etc. storage needs for over the next 100 years. And the owner wanted me to let you guys know to thank you for your consideration.
Okay. Any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank y'all.
And then Narissa Nelson.
Good afternoon. I don't usually need one of those. I want to talk about this on the corner of 65 and 12. You've got zoned right now B2, the pink portion, right in there. The zoning that I'm looking at doesn't match any of the buildings' occupancy right now. Absolutely none are that kind of buildings. Currently, we have a light industrial would be probably the best zoning for this part because we have car lots there, golf carts, sales, auto and motorcycle repairs, auto body repairs, a cabinet shop and construction, granite shop, a tire place, a juke joint, warehouses. In fact, these were built as warehouses back in 1985 and forward. There's a metal fabrication place, there's boat builders, a skate park, fiberglass shops. There's also the safe harbor animal hospital thing there that we would not be able to have anymore or not be able to expand if we needed to expand there. And I'm understanding that a lot of these are not going to be allowed as a permitted use or special exception. We have one place that's an event venue out there, and they have food trucks and all this kind of other stuff. As far as mini warehouses and warehouse offices, we have several of those.
Ma'am,
Is
I'm
it
sorry.
still?
They can't hear you online.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. And so we really need to have this rezoned like the bottom part is, the M1 is more fitting. And I don't understand this parcel that goes to County Road 12 that's right above that splits that B2 from one side of B2 to the other. I don't even know what that building is because it's a janitorial place, sales place, so I'm not even sure why that's M1 in there. But the rest of it is what I'm telling you. And we've had this problem, and we feel kind of, I don't know, blindsided or waylaid because we're property owners in there. We've owned this property since 1985, I believe. And these buildings have been built since that time. And we don't get any notice of any of this. We don't get anything. I had one of my tenants call me today at lunchtime and say, hey, I'm getting ready to buy my boss's cabinet shop and I won't be able to be there anymore. So that's how we even heard about this. And had we, I guess, heard about it a little earlier, maybe I could have participated with your advisory committee. And I have another question. Is buffers, are they going to be required for around these places that we have now. We don't really abut any, I guess, agriculture except where the river is on the east side of the property.
And Mr. Chairman, I'll jump in and answer that. It depends upon the project. Obviously, projects trigger commission site plans. And so whenever you trigger a project, that's when that kicks in.
Okay, so we don't know.
Like I said, it depends upon when we have a project, when someone initiates a project, when someone initiates an expansion, that triggers the review process.
Well, I also want to point out that across the street from where it says B2 on County Road 12 is a concrete plant. And actually behind this where it's B2 is another concrete plant. I had a concrete plant on the, well, not a concrete plant, it was a demolition company that had a concrete crusher on the east side of this property also at one time. And on the east side of this property currently is a boat builder there. None of these things are going to be allowed under a B2. We would ask that it be at least, you know, a B4, if not a M1.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. King, is there anything you can address as regards to the zoning that was chosen?
And Commissioners, what I think the best answer is that when staff was looking at this, when the advisory committee was looking at this, trying to put the M1 in the areas that were readily apparent to be M1 uses. So therefore, you have the concrete company that's within the M1, waste management's in there. It looks to be there's either a very heavy-duty contractor with cranes and heavy equipment or repairing cranes and heavy equipment. So that's why you have that one piece of M1 that reaches up to touch County Road 12. So the idea was to capture the bona fide industrial uses within M1. And then essentially the desires of the advisory committee, the recommendations of the advisory committee was to let the balance be B2. Let the balance be B2 so the rest of those are basically existing nonconformities that can be maintained.
Okay.
So basically what you're telling us is that the properties that we've used historically and rented to, these family businesses that we've rented to will no longer be welcome there.
Those existing uses can absolutely continue. They can absolutely continue as existing nonconformities. The better term for that is grandfathering.
But my question is, if some renter moves out and another cabinet shop moves in, are they going to be welcome there, or is they're going to have to do something else?
And the zoning ordinance contemplates when you have a situation where a use is, when someone vacates a use, there is a certain time frame that use can be put back into place. Yes. Yes. Unless it goes dormant for a year or so, but there's an opportunity for someone to continue a new use. Yes. Now, ma'am, and I guess the question here is that if you have a specific request for the Planning Commission on a specific piece of property to be zoned a certain way, that's why we're here tonight.
Well, that's what I'm asking too, to have it zoned the same as the M1, which is the better use of this property, and it has been the use of this property since 1985.
Do you represent all of the B2?
I do.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for Ms. Nelson? And then I have signed up on your sheet also was Donnie Cleveland. Did he want to speak? Oh, okay. All right. That's all we had signed up. Have any questions for staff? Any considerations on the items that were before us, that were brought before us? Yeah. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. Mr. King, you had anything to add? Matthew, anybody?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
I know you all are faced with kind of a difficult decision. These kind of came off the floor. I know some had been discussed in the advisory committee, but I don't believe we had received any formal written request as part of this public hearing. You know, one option could be that y'all adopt staff's recommendation and ask staff to, recognizing it goes from here to the county commission, but ask staff to perform a more formal review of each request, on that next stage. There is also the option of just going ahead and waiting till the next meeting to just look at those three things. I don't know that we need to do that. But recognizing that these just came off the floor and it's difficult for you all to fully evaluate them at that state.
Okay?
Matthew, would it be helpful if we ask these requests be officially submitted to you for further evaluation?
I think that'd be handy if they would just send a formal email with their specific requests, and then we can dialogue with them a little bit more, and then prepare at least maps for the County Commission public hearing when that comes up.
Sorry, that would be an email.
Well, a staff member will touch base with you to provide that.
Okay? What do you want to do?
I like the idea of a review, Matthew, especially if there's a contractor on property that possibly could have been before. I drive that corridor all the time on County Road 12, and I couldn't disseminate between the concrete factory on one side and the other side's got a smasher. And I mean, there's a lot of industrial use. Whether it's pretty or not is to be determined, but there's tons of industrial use on that corner. So there are car lots, there is a golf cart sales, there's all kind of things. So for staff to take a look, I think would be great. And then on the other, B3 is not necessary. You can do conditional use with B2 for storage. So there is an option for lesser zoning if there's a plan that you can do conditional use. So I think a review would be great.
So I just had a great thought from Aaron. Y'all could approve everything but those 3 parcels. And then before this comes to the county commission, y'all will actually meet again. And you could potentially amend that recommendation slightly based on these 3 parcels, and then we would relay that in the county commission public hearing. So that might be a real nice, clean option to look at just these 3 requests at the next meeting.
And I may have misheard. I think it's 4. There was one they were buying that they were trying to add to, so I think it's probably 4 parcels.
Okay. That's right.
Mr. Chairman, Matthew, are we sure, are we correct on the dates? Because we'll have a county commission meeting on the 4th and a planning commission meeting on the 6th.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. The county commission will take it under vote on October 4th, but then we'll meet October 6th.
We can hold the county commission public hearing on the 18th instead. That's not set in stone. It hasn't been advertised or anything like that at this point.
So we will see it again?
So then y'all would be able to see these 3 again.
Okay.
If you voted to
Review it.
have, with these, accept or whatever the rest, and then put these 3 on and have them get with the planning department so that on the October 6th meeting of the planning commission, we can have a recommendation about those 3 areas.
Okay. Does that sound good to you guys? All right. Somebody make a recommendation.
Chairman, I have a question.
Okay.
On the area that we're trying to grandfather in as a subdivision, being zoned RSF2, I think this is on page 50. Those particular parcels on the left where it talks about the minimum lot size being 6,500 square feet, is RSF2 15,000 in this district?
So, Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. And so forgive me if I did not explain that in greater detail. I put that slide back up on screen. So the intention here is to set the base zoning RSF2. The developer will then come to assuming that zoning is set to RSF2, the developer would then present a PRD, a planned residential development, that would satisfy those more intense requirements of a PRD for green space and various other requirements that would then mimic those lot sizes set by the resolution that this would adopt. So that is a concept we've been dealing with in planning and zoning from our comprehensive plan consultant. It's doing lot clustering but not exceeding the underlying density of the zoning district. So yes, there would be smaller lots, but there would not be a net increase in density. The added benefit here, of course, is that it also allows a much needed right-of-way to be created and dedicated to the county to solve another traffic issue as well. And again, this was a development that predated the zoning referendum, and the zoning referendum came about as this one was under pre-development.
I don't want to belabor this, but this is actually a very short explanation here. Is Highway Department was working with this landowner to build a connector road when this referendum took place, and it's a high priority to the county to get this connector road. and this is the way that we're proposing to achieve that. And that's the sum of it.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? All right, need a motion.
A motion that we approve as presented, excluding the 4 parcels to be reviewed and re-presented to us at the next meeting.
Okay. Mr. Nance has made a motion that we approve with the condition of 4. Mr. Tonsmeyer, second the motion. Any questions on the motion? Any comments?
And you said the 4 parcels or the 4 general objections? So that doesn't include the industrial piece in that northwest?
I guess I include that's one. I called it a parcel. Probably need to call it one. What do you want to call it? It's like
Zoning,
10 parcels.
the 4 areas of probably zoning classification that were discussed today by the applicants that came up.
All amended to call it 4 areas of interest.
Okay, I just wanted that clarification. Yeah.
So we only got 4.
All right, everybody clear? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, we're going to move into our subdivision cases. Some of these we'll move through rather quickly, I think. Our first case is PUD 22-11 KOA RV Park. Does anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item? All right, we're going to open a public hearing on this. Ms. Mitchell, you got the presentation on this one?
I do. All right, so this is the KOA RV Park. 44 units. I believe the original staff report had the number of parking spaces, so 44 is the correct number of units. Oops, sorry, new clicker here. I'm going to, for the sake of time, dispense with this educational portion, if I may. As fun as that is. Okay, ooh, there we go. Okay, so here's some basic background information. It's on the east side of County Road 99, just south of Lillian. It is currently zoned RV1, and so it conforms with the current zoning. 5.37 acres. All the interior roads will be private, so they will not be maintained by the county. Traffic study and drainage improvements will be discussed as I go through these. So this is a cropped view, so you can get a better idea of the layout. And if you happen to look up the parcels, they do look different from what shows up in the tax information because they just had the parcel lines reconfigured. So the upper image is what they would look like if you look them up, and then the bottom image is what was just approved, and those will be updated soon. So the locator map, again, it's south of Lillian and on Perdido Bay, very close to it. Now the RV park itself is not adjacent to the water, but the water, those other parcels are owned by the same people. And if you'll notice, there's an RV park to the south. This is actually just an extension of an existing park, a new phase, if you will. And this is in Planning District 23, I believe. There we go. And again, here's the zoning map and the utility letters that just specify that if there are any improvements, that all of those would be the responsibility of the developer and that they are willing to serve this area. There was a wetland report done, and there are no wetlands on the parcel where the RV park will be. And again, they're on the neighboring parcel adjacent to the bay. As far as drainage, they're invoking section 5.12.1, and that does allow them to discharge into a tidally influenced body, in this case Perdido Bay, and they have the appropriate permits for that, and they did, ADEM requested that they adjust their drainage, and the applicant has done so. And they have some things in place for erosion control, and this is a copy of the permit. And this is the traffic study. There are no improvements recommended for County Road 99 at this point, but we do, to conform with subdivision regulations, we're requiring them to widen an interior road to 24 feet, and this will connect this new portion to County Road 99 through an existing portion of the RV park. And because this is a zoned area, they are required to put in a landscape buffer. There's a 30-foot buffer around the entire park, And then the northern part and then the part adjacent to County Road 99 will have a landscape buffer, and you can see here what's in that. And this is an image of the building that's proposed. And so staff recommends approval, and the condition of approval is that they do widen that interior road that's called Spinnaker Lane to connect it to County Road 99. Is there any questions?
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Any questions for staff?
I have one, and that is with these new lines that redraw one of these lines, it might look different than if we look up on the parcel numbers.
Yes.
Are those going to be the front RV1, the middle one RMF6, and then that one closest to the water MR? Will those?
They're not requesting a zoning change, but it would extend, if you'll notice, the RV1 will go up, because now they're shown as flag lots. See how they have this long skinny part? Those are the flags. Basically, they remove the flags and just extend it to the north. But anything to the east of that, the zoning all will stay whatever it is now. So, but it would extend the RV1 up.
Off that question, is it the same owner? Is there going to need to be an easement left?
Yes, and so they have some proposed things that will go into the east portion, but that hasn't been brought to us yet.
Okay. Any other questions?
Is the RV1 a zoning classification? I mean, I thought it's a question I should know the answer to, but I don't right offhand.
Yes, that allows RV, so it is appropriate for what they want to put on there. It does fit.
I guess I feel like I'm missing something here. How are we able to extend the RV1 zoning classification without it being a rezoning case?
Oh, to the flags?
So, I wasn't going to chime in there, but I think that is probably I'm confident that is an incorrect statement. And I guess we just need to confirm that doesn't impact the project in any way, and I don't think it does, because I believe that's essentially going to become an access easement. But the zoning will stay exactly as shown unless they request a rezoning.
Okay, yeah, I flagged that in my head when she mentioned it.
If you could go back to that real quick. There are no RVs that would be in those flags because there is a required buffer, and you're right, there is an access road, Matthew, that will connect to the parcels to the east. So it would not involve putting any of our RVs in that.
Okay.
So there's an access road and the landscape buffer.
I'm looking back at the site plan. I can see that.
Now, in the site plan, that is depicted as a buffer and a road. So thank you for
clarifying that.
Mm-hmm.
All right. If nothing else, thank you. Chris Lee.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I'm here to answer questions that you may have, and staff presented pretty much everything that I would have said anyway. So I'll answer any questions if you have.
All right, any questions for Mr. Lee? Okay. Thank you, sir. Then I have Gene Ray.
Good morning, or good afternoon, evening, gentlemen. By way of a little background, 20 years ago, developers tried to buy this property, and they wanted to put high-rise condos there, and Lillian basically exploded. And we fought them and came to what we thought was an agreement that they signed, sealed, and delivered. And we removed our opposition to their rezoning. The rezoning went through, then they wanted to change the plans. We resisted, and they eventually abandoned the project. So here we are 20 years later, and Cleveland Properties has come in, and our experience with them has been entirely different. So even though I signed up in opposition, I'm not really in opposition. If things go as they have said they will go, then we will not have any problems with this.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, that's all I had signed up. I'm going to close the public hearing. Staff have anything else need to add? Any questions, comments from the Planning Commission? I entertain a motion on this one.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve subject to staff's conditions.
All right, Mr. Bias has made the motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, Bill has seconded the motion. Any comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The motion's approved. Next item. Well, public hearing for case number SC 22-20 Magnolia 12 subdivision. Does anybody need to clear any prior communication on this item? Ms. Mitchell?
All right, and so this one is a simple two-lot subdivision. Thank you. And this is zoned B2 and RSF2. And this is approximately 38 acres. So there's one fairly small lot, 1.8 acres, and then one that's much larger. No traffic studies required because there are fewer than 50 lots. No drainage improvements have been requested because at this point it's just being divided. It is not being developed at this point. And there are some jurisdictional wetlands they will speak about in a second. So just a close-up. And this is where it's located. So it's at the corner of County Road 49 and County Road 12. And here's just the zoning. And so wetlands, there are some wetlands located along County Road 49, and so those have been shown with the required buffers and natural area. Drainage, no drainage, again, has been, there are no improvements recommended at this point, and so staff recommends approval.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Okay, there are none. I have one signed up, Alyssa Haley.
Good evening, staff. I'm Alyssa Haley, or Commission. I'm Alyssa Haley, and I'm with the Broadway Group. We're the applicant on the project, and I will answer any questions y'all have.
Okay. Any questions? Think not. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
That's all I have signed up. I will close the public hearing. Unless there's anything else, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I recommend approval.
Mr. Bias made a motion we approve.
Second.
Mr. Nance has seconded the motion. Any comments, questions? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion's approved. We'll open public hearing now for case number SC 22-29 BFLC Elam Creek East Phase 3 subdivision. Does anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item? Ms. Booth?
Okay, this is a request for a 5-lot subdivision. It is located on the south side of Lindholm Road, approximately quarter mile west of County Road 87, Planning District 13, currently unzoned, 57.19 acres, proposed 5 lots. Traffic study is not required because it's less than 50 lots. There are no drainage improvements recommended. There are no wetlands present on the site, and there are no new streets proposed. This is your proposed layout. I'm sorry. That's your close-up view showing the lot sizes. 4 lots will be 3 acres, and then the 5th lot will be 45.2 acres. This is your vicinity map, your aerial. There were no changes in the drainage pattern, so there's no recommendations for any improvements. There's no new roads or impervious improvements slated to be built as part of the subdivision. And the written drainage narrative has been reviewed and accepted by Baldwin County Highway. There are no conditions for approval, and staff recommends approval of SC 22-29, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for staff? Thank you, ma'am. Trent Wilson.
I'm the applicant, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions? All right, thank you, sir. Then I have one signed up in opposition, Sammy Fitkus.
Can you put the aerial
map back up, please? I live right behind where they're wanting to do this, and East Creek 2, East Creek 1, West Phase 2, and West Phase 1. When y'all approved that, it was no single wides, had to be double wides or houses. All of those that have sold now have RVs and storage sheds converted that the people are living in. I have no problems with selling this, but if you just make it where they have to have house plans before they get utilities. Because they're just living in RVs. Our property values are going down.
Okay, as I understand, this is unzoned, is that correct?
That's correct. Any prior approvals, the applicant may have said certain things to the public about what was going to be done on there, but all we approved was the dividing of lot. This is unzoned, and we cannot regulate the type of use or structure they put on there because this is an unzoned area.
All right, thanks.
Okay, that's all I had signed up. Anyone else? Okay. I'm gonna close the public hearing. Any questions or comments for staff? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Make a motion we approve.
Mr. Tonsmeyer's made a motion we approve. Do I have a second?
Seconded.
Who's that? Mr. Seibert has seconded the motion. Any questions or comments?
I have one quick question. As this has multiple phases, it seems like that what they're doing, when they reach, let's say that magic number of 50, does that trigger any traffic studies or anything? It seems like we're doing 4 or 5 at a time.
That is taken into consideration. We are keeping up with existing phases along the road, and when they reach that threshold, we will request that.
Thank you.
I had another question. Could seem random, but isn't there something like you're living in an RV more than 6 months? That's something you're presented for inspection or that type of thing, isn't there?
Again, that's only a rule that applies in a zoned area. In an unzoned area, you can live in one permanently. We don't regulate that.
All right, we have a motion, a second on the floor to approve. Any other comments? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, at this point, we'll open the public hearing for case number SC 2-37, which is County Road 87 subdivision. Does anybody need to clear any prior communication on this item? Ms. Booth?
This is for a 3-lot subdivision on County Road 87. It's located on the east side of County Road 87, about half a mile south of County Road 38, Planted District 13, currently unzoned. Total acres approximately 9.34 acres with 3 lots. Smallest lot size 1.32 acres. There's not a traffic study required. There are no drainage improvements recommended. There are no wetlands that appear to be on the subject property, and there's no new streets proposed. This is your proposed layout. An up-close view of the lots. Your vicinity map. Your aerial map. As you can see, there was no proposed development changes and no increase in runoff rate, so there's no adverse effects. There's no detention or retention planned due to minor runoff discharging directly to Blackwater River, and the written drainage narrative was accepted by the Baldwin County Highway Department. There are no conditions for approval, and staff does recommend approval. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
All right, do we have any questions for staff? Thank you, ma'am. I have Jason Wooten.
Good evening. I'm Jason Wooten. I represent the client and will answer any questions.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Thank you, sir. Mr. Hernandez? Oh, excuse me. You're not a mister. And I dare not try your first name, so you'll just have to tell, you'll have to tell us.
Kathy's fine. If you have any questions, I'm the owner, and my husband and I are the owners.
You have any questions? Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
All right, that's all I had signed up. I'll close the public hearing. Any questions for staff, comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I motion to approve.
Mr. Bice made a motion, we approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Nance has seconded the motion. Any comments, questions on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll open public hearing now for case number SC 22-38, Delaney Subdivision. Does anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item?
Worthy Commissioner, Chairman, I'd like to recuse myself from this one.
Okay. Mr. Mullock's recusing himself. Okay. Okay, Ms. Booth?
Okay, this is for a two-lot subdivision. It is located on the south side of County Road 24, also known as Underwood Road, and on the east side of County Road 9, Planning District 11, currently unzoned. 10-acre lot being divided into 2 equal sections, 5 acres each. There's no traffic study required. There are no drainage improvements recommended. There are no wetlands on site, and there's no new streets proposed. This is your layout. A little bit close up, and it's oriented so you can see the lot layout better. This is your vicinity map, your aerial view. As stated previously, there's no additional runoff, so there's no impacts, adverse impacts. There's no drainage improvements recommended, and the written drainage narrative has been reviewed and accepted by Baldwin County Highway Department. There are no conditions for approval, and staff recommends approval, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
All right, any questions for staff? Thank you, ma'am. All right, I have a few signed up for this. We'll start with, is it Aaron Collins?
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Aaron Collins with SC Civil. I'm the applicant on this project, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Thank you, sir. All right, I have a few signed up for an opposition. Michael, you'll have to tell me your last name. Garamus? Nope. All right, Shanna? Must have gave up on it. Okay. Anyone else that I'm missing? Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing then. If there are any questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve.
All right, Mr. Bice made a motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Nance has seconded the motion. Any question or comments on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, we're going to do one more, then we'll take a break. We'll do a public hearing for case number SC 22-39, the 95/98 Crosswords subdivision.
right.
Anybody need to clear any prior communication on this? Mr. Mullock in return. Oh, okay.
Do we need to wait for him?
Nope, I think we're okay.
Okay, and this is another two-lot subdivision. And it's zoned RA, it's in Planning District 22, and it's at the intersection of County Road 95 and 98, that's the name. Traffic study, again, not required. Drainage improvements, not required. Here's a close-up, and again, it's oriented to the north just to better fit them onto the slide. So 4.8 acre lot and a 45 acre lot. And here's the aerial and the zoning. So wetlands, jurisdictional and non-jurisdictional wetlands were found, and they have added the required buffers, and this just shows you they run along the eastern edge of the property. Chris Lieb of Lieb Engineering prepared the drainage narrative, and drainage improvements are not required at this time, and that narrative was accepted by the Baldwin County Highway Department. The drainage pattern will remain after the subdivision is created. So again, staff recommends approval.
Okay. Any questions for staff?
I do have a question. On the plat, it looks like a ditch going across the middle of the parcel. Is that a drainage for adjacent properties? Is that one of the old county-maintained ditches? Because I know there's several out in the county there that were put in for drainage or agricultural land.
Right, and
Or
I'm
am I
sorry.
looking at it wrong? My eyes are bad.
Because there are wetlands here, that area that you see along the edge, the eastern edge. But as far as the other, there is a contour line, an 80-foot contour line. That dark line in the middle is a contour line. Is that what you're?
Yeah, I've not walked the property. I can see the picture just shows the trees and the old typical agricultural lands. There's always a ditch that goes along that in the middle of the field. And I was just curious. I see the wetland study, so someone did walk the property, but I was...
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Trent Wilson? All right, does anybody have any questions for the applicant's representative here? All right, that's all I had signed up. I will close the public hearing. Entertain a motion.
Make a motion to approve.
Mr. Thomas Myers made the motion to approve. Have a second?
Second.
And that was Bill. Okay. Any comments, questions on this before we vote? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Now I said we would take a break because we're getting ready to move into a one that may take a little more time. So do you need to take a break?
Yes, please.
All right, we're going to take about no more than 10 minutes. Try to keep it close to 5. When we get a full agenda, group back up here, we will start. start back up. At this time, I'm going to open the public hearing for case number SPP 22-13, South Bend Village. Does anyone need to declare any prior communication on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I have to declare that I have received text messages as of this meeting, but I will not let that impair voting or approval or denial.
Okay.
I said I've received texts. I have to disclose any contact or communication that has come to me. And I've had people texting me asking for a vote certain ways, and I have to disclose that. And I'm just letting you guys know as the public that I will not let that influence my vote.
Okay. All right, Ms. Mitchell.
All right, so this is for a preliminary plat for South Bend Village, and it's a 125-lot subdivision, and I believe the director is going to say a word.
I'm just going to just mention this real briefly from down here. And I apologize, I forgot I had the slide coming up. So I just want to remind everybody at this point in time, we run into these subdivision cases and just express what that standard of review is. You hear rezoning cases. We started off this meeting early on with a rezoning case, and the Planning Commission has a lot of authority with the rezoning case. It's much more subjective. We're looking at character and things like that. On a subdivision review, staff is reviewing it for strict compliance with that rule book, which is the subdivision regulation. And there are just scores and scores of small little requirements about fire flow, traffic studies, specific requirements of drainage, wetlands, compliance with minimum setbacks and densities based on zoning, or if you're in an unzoned area, there are still some minimums there. Minimum road design standards, utility service requirements, and what's required to be proven there. If the developer has gone through and checked all those boxes, if they've done everything that we have said they're required to do in the subdivision regulations, the court systems of Alabama have essentially said that we don't have an option but to approve it. And so I'm really saying this for the public to understand that these volunteer planning commissioners up here, they understand that that's how the law is laid out. The law says that they shall approve it if the requirements have all been met. There'll be a public hearing here shortly, and we welcome input from the public, but you have to understand we have to essentially discard any piece of public input that doesn't show that some provision of the subdivision regulations is not being met. So if someone comes up and says, well, this just doesn't fit with the character of our community, this is an unzoned area, there's not a provision in the subdivision regulations that's being violated. And so that has to be discarded as a result. So that just sets some kind of precursor as to how we review this, and I'll turn it back over to Sean now to move forward with the rest of the presentation.
Thank you. All right, so some basic information. It is east of State Highway 181, half a mile south of County Road 24, and near the intersection of Sherwood Highland Road. It's in Planning District 14, where they have not implemented zoning, and Fairhope, the city of Fairhope did retract their planning jurisdiction in 2021, so it's also outside of their planning jurisdiction. There will be 5,700 approximately linear feet of roads, and I will discuss all the various reports as we go through this. So again, just to highlight that it is in planning jurisdiction 14, and as you can see, it is unzoned. All the white area is unzoned. So this is a close-up that shows the layout of the lots. As you can see here, there are 2 phases proposed for this evening. And this again shows you where it is in relation to the surrounding area. And here's an aerial, and it is currently being used as cropland. So notifications, it's our policy to notify the Board of Education if we have anything with more than 50 lots, and so we did that on July 25th. I informed them the same time that I let them know about Sherwood Grove, and they responded back to say they had received it, but there was no feedback. We also now inform the Baldwin County Sheriff's Office, and their response is that this is not a high call volume portion of the patrol sector, so they felt like this would not be an issue for them either. Drainage, we do know that this is an area with recurring drainage issues. They recently submitted a revised drainage report. And just to show you, there are two ponds in this that kind of fit. If you see this darker line that goes diagonally across it, those are roughly the two drainage areas for this. And so one will go to the small pond in the northeast corner, and then there's a larger pond in the southwest corner. And according to their calculations, they will minimize the flow, it says, by 90%. So again, this is in that lower south western corner. It now drains on across, there's an 18-inch pipe that goes under 181. And so what this will do is reduce the rate at which the water will flow through that. And like I said, it will decrease that. The traffic study, they do recommend a southbound turn lane, and ALDOT has requested an updated traffic study for future phases. There are phases 3 through 5 that have been proposed, but we're not looking at those this evening. This is just for phases 1 through 2. So based on this first report, they're recommending a left turn lane at the south entrance, and then the northern entrance will only be a right in and a right out. And so this, if you look down on the bottom, I do have it rotated so that you can see where those entrances are. And then we have been corresponding with ALDOT, the applicant, as well as our department. And so the feedback from ALDOT is that they would request a traffic study with all phases, and that a full complement of turn lanes will probably be required at some point in the future. Utilities, we have gotten will-serve letters from all the involved utilities, so that's Baldwin County Sewer, and they have said the developer would be responsible for the main sewer line extension, so that would be an expense for the developer. AT&T, they've said they can provide service in the future. Oh, and then the wastewater will be treated at the Summerdale plant. Fairhope Water, providing the water. Baldwin EMC for the electric. And again, with the water, all improvements are required at the developer expense. And this is one of the improvements that will be required in order to meet the fire code. They are proposing to increase the water main all along 181, 12 inches, and then they get progressively smaller as you get down to the parcel, the subject properties down in that yellow square. We have also contacted the fire authorities. A letter was sent to Barnwell 38 Fire Station. They submitted fire hydrant flow test results, and these are the results. And the engineer of record has said that the developer's installing, and then the pipes that I just spoke about are the mains, and that they will meet the requirements of ISO fire suppression when those are accomplished. Wetlands, there were no wetlands shown for these first two phases, and I put up here, this is from the county revenue viewer, just to show the wetland areas are those kind of greenish blue, and this red circle, the subject property, does not have any. So again, there are none in this proposed phase. So we are recommending approval. The condition of approval is that they will submit a new traffic study that shows all phases with the traffic counts for that, and that they would comply with anything that they're required to do by ALDOT or the Baldwin County Department of Transportation to meet those needs.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions for staff?
I do. On page 133, regarding the utilities.
Is that the one with the letters?
Yes.
Okay.
We have a letter from both BCSS and, Baldwin County Sewer Service and the City of Fairhope, both saying that they will serve on sewer.
They're right. That's between the developer and those. They both have said they're willing to serve, and so it's between them to negotiate who will serve that area, and then they would be they would negotiate whatever improvements need to be made, but at the developer's expense, whichever one does serve. But you're correct, there were 2 separate letters.
Okay, and I had asked before, I had asked this earlier, for Baldwin County Sewer Service, can we get a updated letter that's dated after August 5th, which is when they were denied for their permit increase?
That I thought was for the Fort Morgan one. This is Summerdale.
Right, it was denied for the Fort Morgan plant, but that 65% increase has to go somewhere because they were planning on that. And I'm sure they're working on that now.
Well, this was proposed for Summerdale, so it's a different wastewater treatment plant. At least according to this letter, it says it specifies Summerdale. But I'm not sure. Does anybody know anything else about that?
So I think what we can do on this one, as a reminder, this is the preliminary plat stage. They will have to come back to us with a final plat application and prove that these services have been installed, the flow rates are met and things of that nature, or they won't get their final plat approval. We could take this one on advisement. We do have the letter, which is what our rule book requires, and kind of just place a special note on here where staff observes this and just make sure that they do indeed have the capacity between their various plants to meet this requirement.
I have a question. On the turn lane they're putting in, you've got driveways on the west side of 181.
Get it, that one.
How is that going to affect these cars? Are they going to have to cross over the turn lane to go north on 181? How is that going to affect the houses and driveways that are already there?
So that's a great question. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to defer to the
engineer on that. We'll have them come up and speak in just a second. Any other questions for staff?
I have one quick one on back to the letters from the utility providers. I'm assuming your City of Fairhope with their providing the water that'll be part of that next final plat approval as well.
Okay, anything else? Thank you, ma'am. All right. I know SE Civil's got 3 guys here, so I'll let them decide who comes up first between Larry Smith, David Deal, and Jared Landry.
I'll get started because I believe I can answer the questions that have been posed so far the best. And then after that, if y'all have other questions for us, we'll be glad to answer them. And depending on what the question is, we might bring up a different person. Other than that, we just respectfully request that we be given a chance after the public comment to address any additional comments. On the sewer, it's actually an easy solution after talking with Fairhope Utilities. They have the rights to that area, so we will be using Fairhope. And so we've been talking with Jason Langley. His sewer availability letter is in there. And so that, I think, solves that issue. As far as the turn lane goes, that is where ALDOT requests it. There are different things that they can request us to do whenever we start permitting and designing that with ALDOT. Sometimes they'll request it to, instead of being a designated left turn lane, to be a dual left turn lane. And so that anybody who's making a left-hand movement has that ability. That's something that will be worked out with ALDOT depending on what they see the traffic counts and what the needs for those driveways to be. And were there any other questions at this point?
Okay.
I have one for you, Larry. On the first entrance is further north. And I only play back in my mind from when they were doing a development on 181 North. And they used that as a construction entrance, but it always held up traffic on 181 for a left-hand turn before this is predates. This is like 10 years ago when they were doing the work.
Okay.
I don't know if there's a way when we're doing the traffic study, you're talking to them, if that's going to be a construction entrance, if this passes, that they go ahead and put the full implement so it doesn't stop flow of traffic. I don't know if that makes sense, but like in Oldfield, across from Oldfield, a couple of neighborhoods, for a long time, the first entrance didn't have a turning lane, and it stopped traffic for a long time for someone to turn left. Had they put in the full implement, you would have been able to turn left the whole time, because they were using one as a construction entrance on phase 2, versus phase one? Or I don't know if you know, or if they're planning on using that.
I would have to really just get with AlDOT to find out if they would allow, you're basically asking for a turnoff during construction to not slow down traffic.
Yeah, if they're gonna use the construction or cut that in where phase two might be, then yeah, I would ask for AlDOT to go ahead and require the full implement so that they could, I'm just curious if they would allow that.
Okay. We would have to consult with AlDOT on that, but we'll take that into consideration in our discussions with them.
Any other questions? Okay.
Thank you.
Do any of your other guys want to speak at this point, or you want to wait till we have public comments and then we'll wait? All right. All right, at this time, there were quite a few that signed up, so if you're one of the, I hope you got together and have a spokesperson. I'm not going to deny somebody that wants to speak, but we're trying to streamline this. I'm sure a lot of the comments we'll hear on this are very similar to what we heard on our last meeting on another project similar to this. So is there someone that did agree to be a spokesman for the group? I see fingers pointing, but I don't see anybody. If you're one of those, if you'll just make your way up and. All right.
Well, I think this gentleman, why don't you start us off? Basically, we're asking for someone who can start us off with a good, strong overview as much as possible.
All right. And keep in mind, once he shares the information with us, his concerns, if it's a concern you have, we really don't need you to come up and say the same thing again. I say that every meeting, but I have a problem, and I hate to be the bad guy, but we just have to keep these down so we just don't get the repetitiveness. So go ahead. Give us your name.
Derek Hessline, sir.
Okay.
All right, so good evening, Mr. Chairman, commission members. I've been asked to speak on the behalf of several of my neighbors. There's a lot of material that was compiled by these neighbors, and some of the points that I'm going to be speaking on are deficiencies to Articles 4 and 5 of the Baldwin County Subdivision regulations. So to be, and real quick here, and this is sort of important to this first statement I'm about to make, is that even the description that you guys had is misleading. This is not a 125, 130 parcel subdivision. This is at a minimum of 294 lot subdivision. I know we're not here to talk about phases 3 through 5, but a lot of these studies that were done, and I think deliberately by the applicant, is to use these studies that were based on the smaller portion of the project. So to begin, the preliminary plat and the staff report are both misleading because they include only part of the total development. Thus, they underestimate the total number of homes by over half, considering 130 instead of 294. As a result, all of the conclusions are deficient. The traffic report submitted on 7/15/22 only considers increased traffic from 130 new homes, not the 294 for the full project. Under 4.1.1 and 5.5.14, the plat is deficient. I also want to add that, and I'm not sure if I'm correct on this, but someone had just recently told me that D.R. Horton has just acquired an additional 40 acres adjacent to this plat, and if that's the case, we don't know what the total build-out is going to be. The wetlands report considers less than half of the proposed land, thus it deliberately excludes from today's consideration land on which the development will have an impact on the wetlands on the total build-out. So this is misleading and deficient under 4.1.1, and it fails to include the wetland delineation and jurisdictional determinations required by 5.2.2 and 5.11.7. The runoff consideration under 5.12.1 examines only half the homes proposed by the full development. Thus, it cannot show that the post-development release rates do not exceed pre-development rates. It's inadequate and therefore deficient. Traffic, this is a major deficiency. It exists under subdivision regulation 4.1.1 and 5.5.14. Based on traffic issues. I know there are some other folks here that are going to talk about traffic, but I just want to comment that the 7/15/22 study submitted to P&Z only included the first two phases of the proposed project. Thus, it underestimates the number of homes by over half, as previously stated. The scope of this study was inadequate and the plat is deficient. The 7/15/22 study also only projected future conditions until July 2023. And based on what I suspect, there probably not even going to be a structure on this land if this is actually pushed through by 2023. I mean, just the infrastructure alone to get water to this plat is going to take probably 1, maybe 2, 3 years. Who knows? I mean, this water system's got to come down from Highway 32 down to this project, and then they've got to build a sewer system now that's going to go all the way to Summerdale and have all this stuff in place by the time the construction starts. I just don't see that happening by July 2023. Where is that? So that study was at page 13 and 15. This is well before any reasonable time which the project could be completed, as I just mentioned. Thus, it necessarily underestimates the future increase in traffic conditions. The scope of the study was inadequate, and the plat is deficient under 5.5.14. The 7/15/22 traffic study recommends a left turn lane. I don't think we need to get into that. You guys are already on top of that. However, no drainage narrative shows the impact of widening on Highway 181 and the surrounding properties. That plat is deficient. Drainage, you're going to hear a lot about drainage. I mean, this adversely affects a lot of people that touch this property. I'm one of them. I live on over 10 acres just across the street on the west side of 181, about 100 yards south of this development. This property is problematic as it is. It adversely affects my property, not only, I believe, 4, maybe 5 other neighbors. The runoff on that, it starts in this property, it crosses over westbound 181, and then it travels south through all of our properties, where it actually basically follows the path of least resistance and finds its way to Turkey Branch. As it stands right now, in heavy rains, I can't even get UPS to come to my front door. The way my driveway is, it's 1,000 feet long, it dips down in the center, it's concrete, it's safe, but they won't cross it because there's 6 inches of standing water minimally in heavy rains. I have no doubt that this project is going to create exponentially more water, and I'll get into that in a personal statement in a moment, but this is going to be really damaging because all of us on the west side live on agricultural land. The director was given, and has been given, documents providing actual knowledge of historic stormwater problems in and around the site area from the citizens in our group. However, the drainage narrative does not address these problems, and no Army Corps of Engineers jurisdictional determination was done as required by 5.2.2. The plat is deficient. I believe it was Mr. Harris submitted a photograph to you on the water issue. I don't know if you guys have that. But that actually shows an aerial of where the water begins and then crosses over and then travels through all of our properties. Mr. Harris still here?
Yeah, they
oh.
sent, Sean sent it to them, they have.
Okay.
But they couldn't upload it.
Okay.
It was too.
Okay. The plans for the retention ponds do not show plans for child safety. You have a lot of parents in the area, so they're very concerned about that. This is deficient under 5.12.2. The plans do not show all drainage structures within 100 feet of the development. This is deficient under 5.11.7. In utilities, there's a major deficiency exists under 4.1.1 and 4.5.6. We understand that the water hookup will cost $2 million. This is more than the cost of the land itself. Moreover, it's unclear whether the $2 million hookup is for the 130 homes or for the 294. It's designed considering just If it is designed considering just the 130, it'll likely be inadequate to serve the full final development. The plat is deficient under 5.2.5A. Minor deficiency, but significant, and I saw the fire chief here, so I'm sure that he's going to talk about some of his concerns, but the fire chief and other first responders have expressed strong opposition to the development due to the strain on their resources. We all know, I mean, Commissioner McKenzie was an Alabama state trooper. South 181 is poorly policed. It is. Not at any fault of Fairhope PD or the sheriff's office, but Aaliyah is rarely in the area. South 181 is an absolute racetrack. Before I moved into this property, the front of the fence was destroyed by a vehicle. My neighbors' fences have been destroyed by vehicles. There's been rollover vehicle collisions. And now here we are going to increase the amount of traffic by a minimum of 600 vehicles from this project. So I think that's going to be a strain on not just fire services, but police services. The cost to the community, obviously money for the turn lane, increased drainage maintenance, $2 million utility hookups. There's no analysis has been done of new tax implications resulting from these expenses. You know, all of this if there's going to be any tax implications, it's not going to just go to those people in this development. It's going to go to all of the existing landowners around this development. There's been no examination of the impact on evacuations for hurricanes that we're aware of. There's been no showing of what measures will be taken to protect private property from erosion and sedimentation damage as required under 5.13. The development is, I know this doesn't matter because we're unzoned, but the development is far different from the surrounding community. Most homes sit on 2 to 10 acre lots. These quarter-acre lots proposed are high density, and considering required setbacks will require tiny homes, and that is a fact. These houses are going to be 20 feet from one another. The development thus will damage the rural character of our community. It will also harm property values. That's important, that it could harm property values, bringing such different lots and homes into the appraisal calculations. We are aware that Baldwin County Schools has already given the nod, but I know that those classes are already maxed. The elementary school, I believe, just created a new wing, and I think they're looking at 35 students per class right now, and you're going to add how many more students to that? I know why they welcome it. I just don't know if they have the ability to provide the services to these children that are going to be necessary. We've entered a recession, and there's no way to tell how long this is going to last. To start such a large department now is highly risky. We believe the developer will not be able to finish the project, find buyers for the hundreds of homes, or maintain quality construction as the recession deepens. If that's true, I know in Dallas right now, I believe D.R. Horton is now renting out their properties to people because they can't find buyers for them, and so that's very likely to happen here. So lastly, this, on a personal note, we all know that we're in an unzoned area and vulnerable to parasitic home developers, and we know it. And there's a movement to try to get us zoned. Obviously, we're not going to get that done now. But we're dealing with companies that have a history of building substandard homes and developments that cause a litany of problems for the consumer and to the existing homeowners in and around the areas they develop. Across the country, this company is marred in litigation. More specifically, they're immersed in litigation here in Alabama and right here in Baldwin County, yet they continue to build. D.R. Horton is being sued yet again here in Baldwin County for claiming to have built and sold gold-fortified homes, when in fact they were not. Attorneys for the plaintiffs, 88 of them, are suing D.R. Horton, and they're leaning towards a violation of the Alabama Deceptive Trade Practices Act. Now, let me say it again. They're being sued potentially for violating the Alabama Deceptive Trade Practices Act. We spoke about stormwater runoff. Right now, D.R. Horton developed a piece of land at the corner of CR 49 and Bloom called Camellia Place. Because of the development and the fact they did not create the necessary infrastructure for stormwater runoff and drain, and believe me, they're very good at meeting the terms of compliance, and that's what's required. But at the end of the project, they walk away, they wash their hands of it, and everybody else is left holding the bag. And because of that development, the fact they didn't create the necessary infrastructure for stormwater and drain, a homeowner whose property is located next door to that development now severely floods after every rain. Every rain, this woman or this person's property is flooded, and I guarantee that will happen here and be exponentially greater. Like I said, on a personal note, this piece of property already adversely affects my property. Construction will make it so much worse. I live on ag land. The runoff from this development will destroy my property, and I have no doubt, and they're here in the audience, the members of Pecan Estates, which is located just south of the proposed development, will be adversely affected. I know it 100%. Those retention ponds, it's a joke. It's not going to happen. And the amount of rain that we get down here in lower Alabama, those retention plants are going to go, they're going to go right over the top. And where are they going to go? They're going to go into the backyards of the people of Pecan Estates. They're going to cross 181, and they're going to destroy my property. And now I say this with the utmost of respect. We've met with Commissioner McKenzie, who obviously opposes this, but on a personal note, but professionally, his hands are tied. We met with Mr. Brown, and I thank you for taking that meeting. You gave us a lot to think about. But with respect, we brought this to the county's attention about this water runoff. I've told you right now that that piece of land is adversely affecting my property. If the previous owner wasn't going to do anything about it, then I would have sued him. But if this adversely affects my property, it damages my property, it makes my road impassable, I have no choice but to sue D.R. Horton and sue the county, because I brought it to the county's attention, and I'm bringing it to your attention that there's going to be litigation. And if our predictions are correct, maybe they're not, but we're pretty confident that they are. This is really, really going to be a problem for us. And then, like I said, you know, when the D.R. Horton juggernaut finishes destroying this beautiful area of Baldwin County, it'll move on to an area near you.
Mr. Chairman, I just do want to highlight, we want to be careful. There's a lot of folks here who want to speak.
I'm sorry.
You've presented a lot of information, but we want to kind of avoid getting too much into the speculative realm.
Okay. So then, just leave it at this then. I've cited multiple issues with the statute that require compliance that have not been met. Now you as commission members and staff, you're obligated now to validate those. So please, at the very least, do not move forward with an affirmative at this moment. Do your due diligence, do your research, and hold D.R. Horton accountable. Thank you.
Okay? Mr. Harris, were you going to speak next?
Well, I was gonna let Roy speak, if Roy will go next, I'll go right after him.
I'm gonna speak for a minute. I'm gonna share my remaining minutes with Mr. Harris, if that's permissible.
Okay.
I'm gonna exaggerate a little bit on the traffic, and I've said this in other projects that we had, and just give you an overview. I respect Captain Nolte with the Baldwin County Sheriff. With all due respect, they do not respond to traffic accidents, and they do not patrol this as speeding on 181. The state has authority to work wrecks in that area, so they are, our police department, Fairhope Police Department is currently holding that position, and I know that the Sheriff's Department will take over sooner or later, but they do not work wrecks, period. State highway, state troopers work it. 2019, we run 13 incidents, 7 was MVA, that's 53% of our calls on 181 from 32 to 98. 2020, 14 incidents, 6 were MVAs, 42% of those was 42% of our incidents. 2021, 31 incidents, 11 were MVAs, that's 35% of our calls. 2022, 9 incidents, 7 were MVAs, motor vehicle accidents, that was 78% of our calls. So that highway is extremely busy. The south entrance to that is less than 1/8 of a mile from a sharp 90-degree turn that's headed north. So when you pull out of the residential area such as Grove or where this proposal is, coming around that 90-degree turn, you kind of throwing the dice. So I'm just saying the traffic in that area, when people come around that 90-degree turn, they don't slow down. And I've got reports where we run incidents where they didn't quite make the 90-degree turn and end up in some of these neighbors' yard. It's a bad curve. Both ends of this is Sherwood Highlands and this one also. Speaking on the water side of it, I've talked with civil engineer and also with Director Brown. I'm a little concerned because this subdivision is growing as it's presented. If it ends up with over 300 homes there, I'm concerned that maybe the 10-inch main they're trimming from 24 south may not be enough water to supply to meet the recommendations for ISO for 1,000 gallons a minute. I'd like to take that in consideration. I know Fairhope says they'll furnish water when the main's down there, but I don't know if we keep adding on to the subdivision, and I know it's not part of the plot 3 or the revision 3, but when it comes, the water line is already going to be planted. So I just want to make sure that we have enough water there. I'm going to turn the remaining of my minutes over to Mr. Harris, and he has a story to share. I appreciate y'all listening to him.
Thank you, Chief. I appreciate it. I'm Robert Harris. I live in the curbs on 181, and me and my neighbors, we travel those curves and that intersection of 24 and 181 every day. It's, I've traveled the country as an insurance adjuster in my vehicle. I know the roads of this country. This intersection of 24 and 181 is the most dangerous intersection in the country, in my opinion. In fact, I was in a wreck in that, in that intersection on September the 20th, 2013 at 7:15 in the morning with the sun coming up and the lady's passing the Biscuit King, and she drove right in front of my vehicle. We never touched the brakes, and the front of my car went right into her passenger side and stopped when it got in her driver's side. This turns your car into a C, which she pulled me as I was pushing, and the back of my car hit hers. She went over into the embankment and crushed her driver door in, and there was about that much space in between, and she died on site. In fact, Mackenzie, I believe you were the reporting, you weren't? It was Matt? Matt, okay. Matt, okay, got it backwards. All right, so so what happens is that County Road 24, as you're looking east, that sun comes up. It's very difficult to see. It happens twice a year. And they've got, it's a disappearing road, is what it is. Now, I've come before this commission back in 2013, and y'all were fantastic. I proposed rumble strips, gateway stop signs. That's the 2 stop signs when you're coming down the road on both sides of 24. And a light up there, and move some of those signs off the road a little bit so they wouldn't be blocking the sign. These commissioners said yes to all of that. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It has decreased, I believe, the accidents and the body count in that. I've known people in ICU have died there. Many wrecks have gone on right there. And you take these curves on that northern curve, that's the first one, if you're coming from Daphne, you take that curve right there. I propose someone needs to think about maybe cutting that brush up about 6 feet so we can see, because if they're coming north and they go around, they usually end up in the third neighbor over from Derek there, right into his yard. So, but if we cut those brush up, that'll make it a little bit better. On this intersection, one last thing about this thing, this 24 crosses 181. And I sent y'all pictures, you can look at them, and it's called what I call a top shelf, bottom shelf. When you're going north around those curves and you're headed north towards Daphne, you go down in that dip, the pictures will show you cannot see, it's like a drop off. And then when you get there, you're 2 car lengths before you could see the car coming up that bottom hill right there. And the same thing coming this way. You can't see up there. And it's very dangerous intersection. A red light's not going to work there. Somebody said something about a roundabout. That's not going to work there. I don't know what's going to work there. But I'm very concerned with my neighbors. This increased traffic is going to increase the body counts, and I'm opposed to this, and because it's just a bad deal is what it looks like to me. But let me just say these 2 things. Please, someone write this down somewhere. I'm saying cut that debris around that northern curve, and also, by the way, on the 24 headed east, when you're going to cross over 181, there's the gateway stop sign. This gateway stop sign on the left-hand side is the most important stop sign there is, and it's missing. It's been missing a while. I would like for somebody to go ahead and put that in there. And thank you very much for your time.
All right. You'll need to contact the highway department. We don't control the signage, so if you'll get with the highway department and address your issues with them. All right.
Good evening. My name is Adam Milam, and I represent several of the adjoining landowner properties. Right here, including John Frigo, Nino Frigo, and Chris Frigo. I want to first address really quick one thing that Matthew Brown said, and he's right that this property is unzoned, and so therefore there's a little less control that you have. However, it's not as all or nothing as he made it out to be. And there was an old case in 2011, some of you may have heard of the Montrose Ecor Ridge versus Baldwin County Planning Commission case, where it was a subdivision regulation case, and the Planning Commission denied that subdivision because it was on Mobile Bay for various violations of the subdivision regulations within their discretion because of the stormwater drainage. Various appeals occurred. Bottom line is the Alabama Supreme Court said the Planning Commission contends, and we agree, that it is completely impractical, if not impossible, for the Baldwin County Planning Commission to promulgate regulations that can address the multitude of variables involved in determining whether development in a flood-prone area can pose an unreasonable risk to public health and safety. It then looked to the Alabama Code statutes, which govern 1119-4 and 1119-5, which says that the Baldwin County Planning Commission let me just quote it. In other words, if a development in flood-prone area may be permitted as appropriate in such areas shall be denied where it is deemed by the relevant planning commission authority to be inappropriate. So while we have to relate everything to a subdivision regulation, you do have certain discretion to say this will be inappropriate under the spirit and authority of our subdivision regulations. Specifically, subdivision regulation 1.4 says that these are minimum requirements and the planning commission shall serve to protect the public health and safety and the general welfare of the community. Also 13.1, where it talks about your review and enforcement, says everything is the policy and philosophy of this is to protect the safety, general welfare of the property owners. So I do think that you have to look at the subdivision regulations, but it does not completely cut off your brains and common sense, and you are to look at, is this safe and reasonable for the public and health and safety, and you do have discretion there under the Alabama Supreme Court decision of ex parte Baldwin County Planning and Zoning Commission, and I have that case if y'all would like it. I just want to speak really quick to the one major violation of the subdivision regulations that I see, that the first speaker went through several of them very quickly. And I litigate construction defect cases. I litigate flooding subdivision cases. I have made a good living off suing D.R. Horton and their engineers. In this case, D.R. Horton has hired SEC Civil. I like Larry Smith. I like Mr. Dill. They're nice guys, but they have problems when it comes to actually engineering for stormwater drainage. And one of their main problems is they don't really take into account the effect that their designs and projects will have on adjoining properties, on downstream properties. And City of Fairhope used to not really require that, but Baldwin County Subdivision Regulation 5.11.2, Subdivision C, effect on downstream drainage areas. The design engineer shall review the effect of each subdivision on existing downstream drainage facility outside the area of the subdivision. That's point number one. Point number two, this property is in the Fish River watershed. Under Baldwin County Subdivision section, it's on page, 53, it is required to comply with what's called the Fish River module. There's nothing in the calculation report, the engineering report, that says it complies with that, and that is a clear violation. How dangerous is this? I don't know how familiar you are. Can you pull up that aerial view again real quick? Just real quickly. So the retention pond they propose is going to be right here. The wetlands comes right here, and it floods, and it's going to flood all of these properties. They will tell you that their calculations kind of take that into effect, but they don't. I have engineers that I use in cases, and they take these reports and they show where their calculations are incorrect. They don't take into account how it actually interacts with the actual topography and the real property and how the wetlands all around it go together. And that is the spirit of what 5.11.2 says. It's not check the box, we did a calculation for quote unquote adjacent property. That's not what it says. That's what they do. And what I would request, if you don't want to just outright deny it, I would please ask you to put a pause on it and let another engineer provide you with a countervailing report that shows how awful this project is going to be for flooding and over 181 and the other properties, and then you can relate those and see how bad this is going to be. I'll end with this. Y'all have the authority under these subdivision regulations and how the Alabama Supreme Court has given you somewhat discretion to deny this based on the dangerous flood-prone dangers that this is going to cause. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let me ask it this way. Of those that have not spoken.
Real quick, something,
Oh.
just in reference.
Okay.
Some of the comments about the Echo Rouge case and our zoning ordinance, that there is some interpretation in that case law of terms in the zoning ordinance that are not in our zoning ordinance at this time. That was a 2011 case, and I think that was when the case was decided, but it was even, I think, a couple years earlier the actual application was filed. And so some of the terms that the court is interpreting in that case are not in our zoning ordinance in the same way and not in our zoning ordinance right now. So I don't know if that's comparing apples to apples when you put that case with the zoning ordinance as it exists these days. Also, that case took a lot of time and effort to note that that was a flood-prone area. And I just probably need Matthew to confirm, or her to confirm, that this is not a flood-prone area here. That case involved a flood-prone area that fell under additional parts of the zoning ordinance that you would have to meet in order to get subdivision approval for a flood-prone area. Is this a flood? It is not.
It's not. No, it's not a flood zone FEMA map, but it's flood prone.
Excuse me.
You can't.
All right.
I just wanted
We can't keep going back and forth, so you're going to have to say it quickly, and I got to move on.
All right. The subdivision regulations that give y'all the discretion that I cited, specifically 1.4 and 13.1, are the current subdivision regulations. Y'all had changed the ones that were cited in the case, but those are the ones that exist now that give you the same discretion.
Okay, thank you. All right. Out of those that have not been called on, hopefully these guys, these gentlemen have represented you. But in all fairness, if there's something that they didn't address, I will give you the opportunity. But please, don't repeat. If you got something else, we'll be glad to hear it. So did they represent everybody well? Because what I'm about to do is I'm going to bring the engineer back up to address some of the comments that were made. Give us your name.
Alan Harker Road. So can you go back to that map for a second, the aerial view? So as was mentioned, this only covers the first two phases, and so we're not really here to hear about the others, but if you move forward, you'll get it all. They propose specifically a drainage pond over here to account for the water. I live here, and if you were to actually be sticking in this field, most of this runs one of two directions. When it's not coming here, it goes to my neighbors here or to me. And I have spent considerable amounts of money to try and mitigate drainage as is in the last 4 years due to regular rain. And now we're talking about the only way you mitigate drainage in a subdivision, obviously, is you're going to have to elevate this area. So you're going to force more water, not just to my neighbors across 181, but down into my area. And I'm at the lowest point. You actually come down hills into my area. So we're talking about now health and safety to be able to actually effectively get out of my area in the event of tropical storms, hurricanes, washing out and eroding my property to a significant financial impact. And so that's all I wanted to say, since we didn't really address what's going to happen to what would be, I guess, the northern side of this, just to the southern side as it runs down towards that 90-degree turn.
Okay.
So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lorraine Sewell. I live at 1397 4th State Highway 181, which is right here. This spot on the map, right here, that's where everybody runs through our fence. So we have a horse farm. It's on the north side of the first hairpin turn near 98. We've already had 2 to 3 car accidents on our property. We have that each year. The last one was pretty severe. They airlifted him out. That was July 5th. Before we bought the property, somebody died going through that intersection. So you can't look at this in the absence of phases 3 and 4. With the potential of an additional 450 homes between Sherwin Highlands and South Bend subdivisions, we're going to have about 1,500 trips a day on 181. That's 3 trips per house. With 2 hairpin turns that already create frequent accidents, I think that the additional traffic really does need to be considered, and I know AlDOT needs to look at that. Part of my question and request is, why can't we table this subdivision proposal to have an independent traffic study, not Dior Horton, completed by ALDOT to address the volume and safety issues in this area? Given the nature of these dangerous curves on Highway 181, this is a state highway. It is appropriate and reasonable to table this proposal until ALDOT has performed the appropriate traffic study and given recommendations and plans for a remediation of the area. It seems to me that the developers should be footing the bill for any improvements needed to occur to accommodate this, and I think the improvements they need are probably more significant than what they're addressing at this time. I realize there's limited zoning, and some of these developers are threatening lawsuits if these subdivisions are not approved. But it seems to me that you all are here to protect our community and to make sure that what you approve is compatible and safe for the community. I think that if that means you need to stand up to the developers, that's what you should do. Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Carl Pizzotti. I am also opposed to this project for numerous reasons, but most of them have been covered. The one reason I do have is the drainage on the northeast side of this property goes directly into the northeast side goes directly across one of my neighbors. Yes, he has spent considerable amount of money on his property to maintain what actually goes across it as it stands now. This is also has been family property that has been sold by family members. I use the term loosely. This also goes across my only entrance in and out of my property. My easement that I have across the extra proposed site that is not in this plan, which cuts me off completely from entering or leaving my property. This, as you can understand, poses a great risk. One of health, one of safety, but also one of potential theft of property from a private landowner, rendering that other landowner's property useless because they cannot get across their property. My only means of getting to this property, if they choose to cut me off from this property, either through the construction of this site and also the rest of this site, which I'll be back for the other portion of this site as well, is either litigation by legal means or other means otherwise. I would like to see this complete proposal, this proposal to be at least tabled until the whole subdivision is put together as one plat, not as in the first two phases. This is 40 acres of a 100-acre project. So this is a very deceiving portion of this zoning. The gentlemen that are with Southeast Civil Engineering, I know them not personally. I have nothing against them personally. But what they are doing is bending, curving, shaving, and bending any way possible the rules to get through what they need to make their investors happy, the people that pay their salaries. So I would like to at least see this proposal tabled until we have all of our other studies done that have been proposed by other members, or at least denied. The other reason is they do not have the water yet, so that's another thing to take into consideration. All the time period, what is the time period of all this to happen before they can are they building houses before they have all the infrastructure? That's something that needs to be addressed as a time period for this project. Either this one plus the additional. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I'm going to call for the engineer to come back up. Either one of you guys, I'm going to let you choose again which one comes up to speak. And Larry just tried to cover the bases as you can on what you heard.
Yeah, and I will, and if I leave anything out, please feel free to ask me some questions. I'm going to get started, and then we'll kind of tag team. Wanted to start it off by addressing one of the comments that Adam made about us notoriously not looking at downstream. I personally take offense to that, Adam. I thought you were a friend. I considered you a friend who actually calls a lot of times for drainage advice, so I was kind of shocked by that comment. But that's nothing to do with the Planning Commission. I just want to continue on with what we're here for. And the traffic question, we asked our traffic consultant, who is an engineer. She's also holds a PhD in traffic engineering. She's a professor at the University of South Alabama. I think she understands traffic fairly well. So we were asking her some questions as far as what the capacity of the two-lane section of 181 is. She said the average capacity of each direction is 1,400 cars per day. So if you take the existing counts, which you can find within the traffic study, for the northbound direction, the existing count, 1,400 trips per hour is the capacity of it. If you take the 181's existing capacity, which is 212 vehicles per hour, and then you add the peak traffic from our development, you're going to have 258 trips per hour. And that's roughly about 20% of the capacity of State Route 181 in the two-lane section. That's coming from the traffic consultants. That's what ALDOT reviews and approves. They will be reviewing this whenever we go to pull the ALDOT permits. There was questions about the water service. To answer the last gentleman's question, yes, all the infrastructure improvements are required to be put into place before we submit for preliminary or final plat and before any house construction begins. So yes, the water system will be put into place prior to houses going vertical. On top of that, there was questions about the overall capacity. This 12-inch down to a 10-inch line was done in conjunction with the City of Fairhope. We have done studies on when and if the other development comes into play. Right now, we're looking at this. We have not started a full engineering design on any future phases, but right now we're looking at this. But yes, that water system has the capacity if future development occurs in this area, not just the water system for a potential phase 3, 4, and 5, but working with Jason Langley at the City of Fairhope, we're looking at the issue they have everywhere in that area. So just to give you all an idea of what we're talking about, the issue, when we flowed the fire hydrant, y'all saw the flow test in there in the report. It was below 500 gallons per minute. What the report doesn't state is after 2 minutes, the water system ran dry south of 32. There is no fire protection south of 32. And so that's when we started our conversations with the City of Fairhope, because we thought there was something wrong. We thought maybe a valve was closed or they've been doing some water line repair work and there was something plugging the line. And they said, no, this is what normally happens south of 32. So that's when we looked at where their system is adequate, which was 32 and 181. We got a flow test there, and then we designed a model from 32 running south, not just for this, but also to help the flow in the overall area and to serve Fairhope's future demand in that area. So just to let everyone know here, if you are on that stretch of 181 and your house catches on fire, there is not adequate fire protection today without this subdivision. Those were the two main points that...
Please. He was respectful. Didn't y'all be respectful, please?
Those are the two main points that I wanted to highlight. I did want to also, while I'm up here, talk about the watershed thing that Mr. Milan brought up. So the point of that watershed was to look at areas where you could what they call beat the peak. And they actually, in this area, they actually recommend that you detain up to the 25-year event and not detain the 50 and the 100-year event, and let that release to beat the upper part of the county's basin to Fish River. I don't think with all the drainage issues that they were talking about, they really would like us to do that here. We modeled all the way through the 100-year. That study was actually done with a 13.6-inch rainfall event, if I remember correctly. We're modeling, for a 100-year storm event, we're modeling a 16-inch per hour storm event, or inches storm event. So, yes, everything that's in that study is acknowledged, but with existing drainage issues downstream, we don't want to increase the flow on a 50 and 100-year storm event. So we are, which is the option. It's not required for us to do that. It's just something that the county had studied. And so, we are detaining and greatly reducing, and Jared can touch more on that when he gets up here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hey, Jared Landry, SE Civil. I'm one of the engineers on the project. Mostly concerning drainage. I would like to speak on the concerns of flooding 181. We have analyzed our site and restricted our pond outfall to an 18-inch pipe because that was to match the 18-inch downstream culvert. Based on our calculations, the existing runoff from our site in the 100-year was 200 CFS. That is basically the entire drainage basin you see going to that southwest corner. Existing is 200. Well, we have, since we put our 18-inch culvert there, we're decreasing that down to 20. Basically, it's 90% decrease to 181. To go into the pond in the northeast, we are showing a level spreader, basically a stilling basin where it discharges and fills up and spreads the flow. So it won't necessarily be concentrated, but it will discharge into that stilling basin, and that ultimately discharges into the defined channel. As far as we do have a ditch shown on the south property line, I know there was talk about us just discharging to the neighbors. So we are collecting along the south property line to prevent it going to Grove Drive. There was also talk about the culverts downstream on private property that were flooding. We'll continue to work with Tyler about that, but my question is, were they engineered, or did anybody look at the drainage area going to it? At this time, we've kind of gone above the design requirements for this preliminary plat stage, and we'll continue to work with Tyler to meet and exceed the regulations as far as the county and AlDOT.
Okay.
That's all I have.
All right. Mr. Deal, do you want to say something too? Okay.
David Deal with SE Civil. There were some comments made about the phases and how we were going about them. This piece of property was, they got that under contract and we started full design, which is why you see that here, and it's 2 or 3 months ahead of the other. In the meantime, the adjacent property owner decided he wanted to sell his property to the developer. There's nothing underhanded going on here. This one was where we started, and then months later, the other landowner decided he wanted to sell the property. So that's how that happened. I do want to. There was a lot of discussion about phases 3, 4, and 5. We're not asking for 3, 4, and 5 approval. Obviously, if the turn lanes are inadequate for 3, 4, and 5, that's our problem. If the water pressure is inadequate 3, 4, and 5, that's our problem. And when we come back here, that'll be incumbent on us to prove to you guys and to your staff that these improvements will meet that. The other thing is, I think there's a lot of confusion. This has happened in a number of meetings. Any of these improvements that are required for development, whether it be extensions of utilities, improvements to the highways, anything like that, is fully funded by the developer, not the taxpayers. And as Larry said, all the water, the sewer, everything has to be installed, inspected, signed off on by county engineering staff, as well as our engineers, and then we come in for a final plat. And if that's approved, then they can start getting building permits and build houses. Mr., not the Pizzati next door, but the other Mr. Pizzati that lives there is concerned about his access. Obviously, you know, if someone has current access to a piece of property, they can't be denied access. So he doesn't have to be concerned about that. And I'll be happy to answer any other questions if we haven't addressed something.
Okay. Is there any questions by the Planning Commission for the applicant's representative? Okay, thank you. All right, any follow-up by staff? I think at this point, one of the things we do need, I don't think we've done this before, Matthew, help me with this, but for the public to understand, yes, they are required to check the boxes, and I know that was a concern. Somebody stated that a while ago. There's more beyond that, but they do the design, they sign off on those designs, certify to them, then they are checked by our county to make sure, by our county staff, by our engineers, to verify that they have complied with the regulations. So, Matthew, I think it might be good that we either hear or know that our staff has actually done the review. We've heard from the engineer himself that they've done but have we reviewed these, and are they in compliance?
Sure, yes, sir. So let's do this. We've obviously already heard from Sean, who was our kind of point person on this case, and she did we'll call it the broad review of compliance, and that's still very specific and detailed. How long is our spreadsheet, or not our spreadsheet, our checklist?
It's about 50 pages long.
How much?
They're about 50 pages long.
About 50 pages of specific requirements that we check in that. I'm next going to ask Ashley to chime in. Ashley's our natural resource planner under the Planning and Zoning Department, and just give any comments she has had from any review of the site.
Yes, I did visit the site and walked it, and I did note that there's several ditches that flow around the perimeter of the site. Noticed some erosion to the north east side, just a little bit from where the current farm ditches erode. But there were no wetlands present on site. It was a really nice crop of cotton growing. But other than the ditches, it looked like some of them had been impacted by some residential homes adjacent to them, some of the farm ditches. But other than that, desktop review and inspecting the site, I don't see any environmental concerns that haven't been addressed at this time.
All right, and then we also have Tyler Mitchell here, who is an engineer with the Baldwin County Highway Department. They spearhead the drainage and traffic review of this site, and of course I don't want it to sound like that gets reviewed later. There has been a ton of review work that's already been done. I'll let Tyler comment on that, but then subdivision will get another permit where they start to detail every pipe and everything on a really granular level, and I'll let, again, Tyler chime in.
Yeah, thank you, Matthew. Just want to say that we do review it at this point for what is submitted. When it goes to full design with all the calculations, we take a deep dive on that, and it goes through another set of reviews at that time for drainage, for traffic. ALDOT is, the controller of 181. They will look at traffic, based on the traffic study provided. I believe they'll also consider drainage since they are impacted by this proposed development. So there are a set of engineers at ALDOT that also look at this.
And then, Mr. Chairman, I'll make one final comment. We do appreciate very much the passion of the community. We have met with a number of them at their request through our county commissioners. And I think there was some allusion earlier that y'all were the county commissioners, y'all are planning commissioners, you're citizen volunteers. There's a separate body that's the county commission. And in response to that, we did visit the site. Several of us, myself, Buford and Sean, during a heavy rainstorm, one of the many that we've had in the past 2 weeks. And we witnessed some of the downstream concerns. And specifically, the one driveway that was referenced by the first individual who spoke, and I'm sorry, your name's slipping my mind right now, but Derek, his driveway was overtopping in that storm event under current conditions. Now, I'm obviously not the engineer on this site or anything, and I defer to the engineer of record, but there's a chance that this development may substantially improve his condition. Again, I defer to the engineer to comment on that because of the rate at which they're decreasing the flow off the site. So in that sense, they did look at the downstream conditions. One thing I'll note is that the driveway immediately to the north, and the water has a natural flow through a swell. So this isn't like right along the right-of-way. This is just, it angles into their properties and heads to the southwest. The driveway immediately to the north had more culverts than his, and that driveway was not overtopping. It was a substantial, and I'm not saying that one never overtops, so don't misunderstand what I'm saying there. But so there can be situations where a driveway will overtop, and immediately to the north you have a driveway not overtopping, which suggests that the infrastructure under that driveway that we witnessed is probably not sufficient for the current conditions as they exist today. Again, we already heard from the engineer that they are proposing approximately a 90% reduction in the rate at which stormwater flows off the site into that particular location. So I want to emphasize that we have spent a great deal of staff time reviewing these concerns to ensure compliance with the requirements.
Okay. Thank you, Matthew. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing at this time, and I want to. All right. Sorry, go ahead. You have to come to the mic.
You have to come to the microphone.
You have to come to the mic.
And sir, what it is that these meetings are being recorded, so that's why we need you to come to the mic.
Okay. It's one little quick question. When all these traffic studies are done, are they done independently of any other traffic conditions that are appearing in the neighborhood? I.e., there is already a subdivision approximately 1 mile north of County Road 24 on 181 that is in the process of being developed right now. And those people in that subdivision will be dumping more cars out on 181. So was the traffic studies done for this piece of property independent of the traffic that's going to be pouring into the property, into 181, just what now, 1.5 miles north of it? Because if they are, then that means both of these traffic studies that were done for each particular thing are virtually useless. Because
Mr. Chairman, I think let's have the engineer come up and answer that.
We can answer that for you.
And if that was taken into consideration, fine.
Okay.
But there's a flaw in the traffic study.
Yes, when traffic consultants do traffic studies, they have to take into account any approved development that is within the influence of that corridor that they're studying.
Yeah. So if you didn't hear that, then the answer to your question is yes, they do take in consideration other developments that are on the table in the books. ALDOT does that when they make their submittal, but they can include it in their study. All right. Public hearing is officially closed. All right. Discussion?
I have one question. On the, this doesn't really directly relate, it may be more of a thought for the developer as we are, let's just say, assessing this property for development purposes in the neighborhood of a couple, two that I see, hairpin 90-degree curves, and I live in one, and you know, work around others. You might be something worth looking at with AlDOT, or how do we safeten up some of these curves if some of this elevation pruning of the, you know, what's, you know, blocking lines of sight, it's just I'm gonna say food for thought, because they are dangerous, and we are looking at increasing flow through these hairpin turns, and anything that we can do to safeten up hazards is something worth considering.
Okay. All I can tell you in regards to that, from what I understand, AlDOT takes in consideration when you do traffic studies, they work from numbers being traffic fatalities, accidents, all those things are considered in AlDOT. That's why they are required to submit their studies. It's not just their study and what they say. It's backed up by what AlDOT does when they review it, and they do have the information for traffic fatalities, accidents, and they include all of that. At what point they make a decision to improve an intersection, I don't know the answer to that, but that's a decision AlDOT makes. All right, any other questions? Bill?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to ask our legal counsel, is there, given that we've had competing statistics put out here, is there anything in what you've heard or that you would recommend that we should take a wait and see attitude to verify not just what the county has done and the staff has done to date, but some of the things that came up today? Is that an appropriate way to look at this project?
Well, I'm not sure what was competing. I mean, I know that we have heard people talk about traffic and talk about drainage, but I've not seen anything that has necessarily what I would call competing with the interpretation of what was provided and required by the subdivision regulations by AlDOT and by the planning department. So I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about competing. I mean, you know, you can table something if you believe that there is additional information that's not before the commission. I think, without trying to put words in staff's, you know, minds, that they have said that everything that is asked of the subdivision regulations has been provided and is before them and meets the subdivision requirements that Baldwin County has. So I don't know what really additional information there may be that y'all heard and you know, that, you know, you would need to make a decision whether they met the subdivision requirements or not. So, you know.
Bill, I think it's on us to decide whether or not the engineer, we've heard the concerns for the public and genuine concerns, but has the engineer addressed those concerns with some things may be an issue today, but the engineer is offering up a solution through the design and construction that will improve situations. Fire flows, for instance. It's not there today, but once they put in that line, which they're going to be required to do, will address the fire flows. So we have to make that decision whether the discrepancies we heard, were they addressed appropriately, and make a decision from there. Unless you think there's more.
And I believe that staff's recommendation, but you correct me if I'm wrong, is that a new traffic study be submitted along with a request for subdivision permit that includes all proposed phases. Is that one of the conditions that staff is asking us to put on this, if it is approved?
Yes.
Meaning that you want all the phases, a traffic study to be performed that includes all the potential phases?
Yeah.
Right, and that was a comment I made earlier, is when we do that study, if it imposes, to go ahead and install all that so that there's no backup or stop from the turn lane, so yeah.
Okay, any other?
What was that, Daniel? That any additional improvements being made as part of that additional study?
Part of the additional study is like they need to determine if this is approved, if there's going to be a construction entrance in phase, I can't remember the name of the neighborhood. I think it's Dunmore or whatever, 181. But for the first 3 years of that development, you couldn't turn left because there were dump trucks taking the first turn. There was everything else. And so just as a part of the study, if they're going to have a construction entrance that is part of phase 2, they go and address that for the community as a part of phase 1. And so that was, I think they're going to address it when they do the full study.
Okay.
All right, questions, comments? Be sure everybody has an opportunity to express your concerns or ask a question. Now's the time to do it. All right, everybody's quiet, so I'm going to entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve the South Bend Village subject to conditions outlined by staff.
All right, Michael Mullick's made the motion to approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Brendan Bias has seconded the motion. All right, any question or comments on the motion? All right. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion's approved. Y'all good to keep going?
I think everything else
Good to
goes
keep going?
fast.
Huh? Yeah, you're right.
A quick reminder that this meeting is ongoing. We still have several cases, so please quickly make your way out, and you can talk in the foyer area if you would like.
Okay, I'm going to move on with our next item, open the public hearing for case number SV 22-12, Sugar Sands RV Park. This is a subdivision variance request. Does anybody need to clear any prior communication on this item? Sugar Sands. 22-12. And Mr. King?
Mr. Chairman, Chairman Commissioners, we have a subdivision variance before you. I'm going to, for the sake of time, out of respect for everyone's time, I'm going to try to go through this pretty quickly. We're in our subdivision regulations. We've seen variances before, so you do have authority to consider this variance. This is located, you see where the property is located here. We're emphasizing here that this is zoned. We do need to spend just a moment here on the background so it'll be clear why we're here and what we're doing, because we have an existing development that is owned by a different owner from the original owner, and the current owner and Mr. Lieb are trying to resolve some deficiencies that were created by a prior owner. So what you have is a situation where you had a subdivision that was zoned RV1, as you see on screen. The individual lots in that subdivision are used as RV spaces. So what the current developer is hoping to do is terminate the subdivision, come back to the Planning Commission with a new RV park plan unit development. Now, the reason we're here is that the configuration of the original subdivision creates a wetland encroachment situation for which this variance is warranted. And so, as you see on the right hand of your screen under wetlands, we have an encroachment situation caused by the existing development that the current owner and Mr. Chris Lieb, as the engineer of record, are here to try to carry out the process for resolution. And so we show you here where the property is located in relation to both Orange Beach and Gulf Shores, as well as our aerial image. What you see here, Commissioners, this is the recorded plat for that subdivision right now. And again, the RV spaces are on each lot. This is the proposed plan unit development Mr. Lieb is working on. And because that would come in as a site plan, so you have the various signatures like you're accustomed to seeing on a subdivision. The issue at hand is that all of the areas you see in light red are additional RV spaces that were added by a prior developer. And so we're going to zoom in on this area just to give an example. So the zoomed in area, if I zoom in right there, that is from the original subdivision plat. A prior developer added into the common areas additional RV spaces. And so that generated a notice of violation due to a complaint that staff received. So the current owner is trying to resolve that, but we have some complications because the jurisdictional wetlands, as you see in the crosshatch pattern, occur in those places within the existing development. And so there are several RV lots that contain RV spaces that encroach. So the variance request is going to request those encroaching lots and RV spaces remain. We also have a complication that because this is zoned, this is going to trigger a commission site plan, and there has to be a place for the landscape buffers. And here is the full wetland delineation provided by the wetland scientist. And so we're going to zoom in on this area just to explain a little bit better detail why this is a difficulty and why Mr. Lieb's come up with the following solution. So the green area, those are your jurisdictional wetlands. The yellow area, those are your 15-foot natural buffer required where you have those wetlands. And then the red area is your 30-foot wetland building setback. So as you see in the blue rectangle, that is an example of one of the many encroachments that occur throughout this area as you see in the color coding. The blue area at the top is an area where a landscape buffer will go that can be successfully installed. So back to the variance scenario, and without going to this in super detail, we don't know how this ended up being built the way it was with those encroachments, and that's really not to be considered today. What's to be considered today is the path toward resolving the deficiency. So what the applicant is proposing is to restore previously impacted wetlands in lieu of installing landscape buffers in certain areas because there's no place for them. But there is a place for restoring the wetlands and the wetland buffers. So we think this is a reasonable request because this is a wetland restoration, and though there is going to be an encroachment that this, if approved, would allow, the effect of protecting and restoring a wetland will remain because those buffers will still be in place. So the condition of approval is a bit complicated, Chairman, Commissioner, so I'll try to get through this quickly here. So first of all, RV spaces 13 through 37 shall be permitted to encroach into the 30-foot wetland building setbacks and 15-foot wetland buffers adjacent to jurisdictional wetlands. The 15-foot wetland buffer encroachment is very, very minute. It's primarily into the wetland building setback. Condition 2 would be submission of a commission site plan within 90 days because this is zoned. That triggers that commission site plan. That commission site plan will contain the features A through B, beginning with item A you see right there. So that 30-foot landscape buffer on the northern property line that it complies with the zoning ordinance, there's room for that. That will get shown in the commission site plan to be installed. B would be restoration to all jurisdictional wetland areas as required by the wetland scientist. C, wetland buffer restoration to all jurisdictional wetland areas as required by the wetland scientist. The rest of it here, Chairman, is basically to get this in line with zoning. This same variant of this variance, forgive the pun, will have to go through the Board of Adjustment as you see in items D, I1, and I2. Also, we make certain that case PUD 22-0004 by the Baldwin County Planning and Zoning Commission and recording of the associated site plan. That, if this is successful today, you will have two applications coming back in, the PUD, which turns it into an actual PUD for an RV park, as well as the commission site plan we talked about previously. And then, of course, the final step would be acceptance by staff of the as-built drawings of all installed improvements, which is, of course, a requirement of commission site plan. So that's how the follow-up activity is carried out. Chairman, Commissioners, that was very fast. I am happy to answer questions based upon staff. Mr. Lieb is with us here today as well.
Thank you, Mr. King. Quick question. Did I understand you said that, all right, so I do know the plat was recorded where they could sell the lots. Did they sell lots?
Yes, sir. That's a great question, Mr. Chairman. And so that is what happened is the lots were not sold. So that's a great statement, and I thank you for that. The entire development is still under common ownership, okay. And because of that common ownership, they have the ability to either do a subdivision termination, which wipes out the subdivision, or they could possibly replat it to a single lot. Either way, they want to do that and then convert it into a more typical RV park planned unit development, which you'll see in the future in some form.
Okay. The 4 extra RV lots are, as a part of the PUD that's coming back, are those removed as a part of the delineation, or are they staying?
No, sir. So, and I'm just going to flip back through this for the sake of time. We'll be clumsy. to avoid getting up and sitting back down. I'm just going to flip back through that. So what you see in red are the additional RV spaces. So that's the intention, is to keep those additional RV spaces. They wish to do away with the subdivision, which means those areas are no longer common areas, they're RV spaces. Now, this will still have common areas, and also they are still, because we had to do a PUD review on this to get to this point, they're going to still satisfy the open space and recreational area requirements of the PUD, because they do have sufficient common area or amenities on the site. So that is the desire, is to keep those additional spaces that were added by the prior developer.
I'm just struggling with that. No, I mean, I know that somebody bought something and they overpaid for what they got, but I'm looking at 16 spaces that were not approved, and there's 4 that are in the common area, and we're in the wetlands. We're asking for delineation, and I don't see any common areas with all the RVs in the park. So I'm just trying to get over this whole thing. I remember we approved this, and it would come up in conversation. It was presented to the commission as a very weird, don't normally see it, we're going to sell these as individual lots for the subdivision. And I know we're not here to talk about what's happened, but I don't know how I can get past what happened and to approve what we're doing. So why would we not ask them to remove some of those parcels in order to have green space and offset wetland delineation? And why would we not ask that question?
So, Chairman, Commissioners, and forgive me for sitting back down where I can take better control of the slides. So I zoomed in on the center area right there in the center of the property, which is one of the common areas. And so, again, we have the benefit of having started the review of the plan unit development process. The requirements of a PUD for the open space are satisfied by the layout that you see in front of you. Because the desire is to, again, terminate the subdivision and start over with a PUD and apply the current requirements of a PUD. Now, the alternative here in the ask is to, in lieu of installing landscape buffers on a portion of the property, restore the wetlands and wetland buffers on the entirety of the property. And if Ashley Campbell is still here, she can elaborate in greater detail, because when we encountered this unusual situation, I immediately consulted Ashley for her input. And that was her recommendation, as she said, let's see if there's any appetite for allowing the developer to restore all the wetlands and all the wetland buffers. That the gain from having those wetland buffers is more advantageous than trying to force a landscape buffer.
I visited the site, and enhancing and restoring the wetlands around the perimeter will allow for some treatment before the stormwater leaves the site. So it'd be a good a repair of a path. You know, how many wetlands were there beforehand, we don't know, but enhancing and restoring them will be a cost. Native plants will be replanted. So this isn't just like stick one plant in the ground. There'll be a substantial cost to restoring this area, and the consultant will have to assist with it. The Corps will have to approve it, and we'll have to babysit it to make sure it's done right.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for staff? Okay. All right. Then I'm going to call Chris. You want to come up? Oh, there you go.
Yes, sir. Good evening again, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. I think Buford said it beautifully. We're just trying to rectify a situation that, you know, we didn't intend to have to rectify. I believe this is the best path forward, and we're trying to meet all the regulations that you have and our PUD that will be coming down the line, assuming approval here, will meet the regulations that you have set forth in your zoning ordinance and subregs.
Any questions for Mr. Lee? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I had no one else signed up. I'm going to close the public hearing. Any discussion, questions, comments?
I have one. I mean, it may relate to what Daniel was talking about, but I look at this and we see, I think it's 13, maybe the actual number, don't quote me. I mean, it sounds like we're kind of scratching what got approved from before, and we're looking at starting over. And I mean, you've got 13, I'm gonna call them, or y'all call them unapproved spaces. I mean, it seems like the bigger infraction is on that, what I'm looking at as the left. I don't know what that would be on the west side. What about eliminating those 13, if I got somewhat of an account, 13 pads there, there's some trees, and that's the biggest infraction on those wetlands. When I look at it, all I see is as many RVs as we can stack somewhere with unapproved spaces, and now we're actually into the wetlands on some of them, and that's disregarding setback, and it's disregarding a landscape buffer. I mean, could that be an option as to remodel this and to eliminate those 13 spaces or whatever? The biggest infraction, the biggest infractors on that west side.
Mr. Chairman, can I attempt to answer that? And I'm going to stay seated if I need to open up slides. So first of all, just to make it very clear, is that the procedure will be, again, that there is a desire to terminate the subdivision, wipe it out, it becomes one parcel with multiple spaces on it. So the PUD that would come back to this planning commission would ask for PUD approval for all of the RV sites you see. So it would wipe away, recreate it, and add those extra 15 to 17 spaces. So the PUD approval would do that. In terms of, just to make it very as clear as I can, there's not a wetland encroachment. There is a wetland buffer encroachment that is very slight, and a wetland setback encroachment by the existing lots, which will become RV spaces. So the variance is requesting for that encroachment to remain in place. But then the wetlands themselves and the wetland buffers themselves would be restored.
What I'm looking at on page 154 of our plat, of our book, is a pad in jurisdictional wetlands, in specific lot 20, lot 17, and that's just what, no, but the green, there's the line.
Well, that's where they're going to restore it. They're going to actually restore the wetland.
Can you look at lot 20?
One thing to note, those are building setbacks, since this was set up as a plat, recorded plat, had to show building setbacks on there. And I don't
that's the red. The yellow's the buffer, if I get that right, and the green is the wetland.
Commissioners, disregard the dashed line that you see on those spaces. Disregard that dashed line. As Matthew was saying, that is a leftover building setback line from when those are actual lots of record. So please disregard the dashed line. Yeah.
Are these concrete pads?
That's correct.
Yes, they're already concrete.
That's correct. And Commissioners, Mr. Lieb can clarify about the portions of the pads that are going to be demolished. So you have some areas where there's concrete that's going to be removed, and I can't remember the specific locations, but Chris could clarify it if there's a question on that.
No, I'm just putting it out there before the PUD comes back. For the engineer to maybe to look at, I'd love it if you turn those perpendicular versus sticking them in the wetland. You're going to lose a couple, but we're giving you 4 non-approved with some others. So then you'd have a lot of wetland setbacks. You might even get some landscape setback there if you turn those. Instead of backing them in, you turn them on a perpendicular to the road. So you'd lose a couple, but they've already gone well beyond what was approved to begin with, and then it addresses the whole issue. So just as you're looking at the PUD, something to consider.
Okay, any other comments?
Well, just to be clear, these spaces that we're calling unapproved, was this an oversight? Was there not a permit pulled? Was there something like that? Because we keep calling them unapproved, but they, it was obviously quite a bit of work to add these spots in. Did nobody notice that we're expanding, we're disturbing land without a land use permit, or something when it's going on. And if that's the case, then, and it was an oversight on the part of, the county, so to speak, then, yeah, we probably do need to,
Mr. Chairman,
make
if
it
I can
okay.
address that, county staff was actually made aware of this by the city of Gulf Shores. And the memory escapes me, but it was actually someone from the city of Gulf Shores who reached out to our code enforcement staff and said, hey, y'all need to take a look at this. We think that some additional spaces have been added. And so an NOV was sent to the property owner. The property owner realized, oh my goodness, I didn't know that. I bought this and bought it in the form that I bought it. And then as a way to address that NOV, Mr. Lee began working on the project.
Well, that's not my question, is were these added and nobody knew about it? Because we keep calling them unapproved.
Well,
did somebody sneak them in and build RV spots in the middle of the night?
So the question, Buford, is is this in the Gulf Shores building permit jurisdiction? Correct. So if there were building permits, it was the city of Gulf Shores. Okay. And I don't know if they did issue them. They may have put them on without those.
That clears it up.
And keep in mind, this is an RV park. RV slide in easy. I know from having worked at the county, I worked a site where they had 2 or 3 mobile home RVs on the one lot because they found out they could just add a tap. Somebody could come in and rent it out to them. So RVs are easy to sneak in and put on a site, and nobody would ever know about it. So that's how it probably happened.
I'm tired like everybody, but I do have one thing, Matthew. We always, this is like the third one I can remember. It seems one a year. That there was one that happened in Loxley. We had to approve a setback for an RV park that they didn't do because the city of Loxley was approving something and the county had approved the actual plat. So I don't know if there's a way for you guys to, I don't know. We just always the big blow up ones, or where it would middle of the night an RV slid in somewhere. So whatever we can do with that would be great.
And Chairman, Commissioners, keep in mind that RV parks and other site plans in some of our municipalities, the municipalities do not review them.
And that was Summerdale, the one that
yeah.
They didn't care. I mean, approved. So.
All right, any other items?
I have one more question. If we don't approve it, I guess it just stays as is, where this might help us solve some of the problems that have come to light.
That's correct. Non-approval of the variance will make it difficult for them to correct their issues in the way that they're proposing. They would have to essentially just go ahead and eliminate those lots and carry on at that in that form. But we wouldn't get the wetland restoration in return.
Yeah. Bill?
Mr. Chairman, this is more out of curiosity than anything else. Is there anywhere where there's a count of the number of RV spaces there are in Baldwin County? It seems like every meeting we're seeing 2, 3, 4 new RV parks. And
ask Mr. Lieb, he seems to build a lot of them.
I don't know whether there's a place where somebody's keeping track of how many,
I'm afraid not, because so many of them are in municipal jurisdictions.
Yeah. Okay. All right, we need to move along. Not that your questions aren't important, but I thought I closed the public hearing, but if I didn't, I close it now. I entertain a motion.
Motion to approve variance is presented.
All right. Second. So Mr. Nance has made the motion to approve. Mr. Bias has seconded the motion. Any questions or comments on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, next item. Open the public hearing for case number SV 22-13, Deep South Boat Storage and RV Park. Does anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item?
Mr. Chairman, I need to recuse myself from this item.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I need to recuse myself from this item.
Anybody else? All right, Mr. Nance, Mr. Bias will recuse themselves. Ms. Booth?
Before you this evening, you have a variance request from the subdivision regulations for a reduced building setback on a portion of a previously approved boat storage and RV park site plan. I'm not sure how it got, first of all, it has not been recorded and it's coming before us to get recorded. In the review, we determined that the previous approved setbacks were incorrect. So in the midst of not recording a site plan, they have built 2 structures that are now within the 30-foot setback. So what we're asking is that these 2 structures be allowed to remain at 5-foot building setback, but everything else will be compliant at 30-foot. This is in Planning District 35. It was submitted and approved back in 2019, so it does not fall underneath the moratorium. It was originally approved for 70 sites. They now have 36 sites. And they have 3,418.52 linear feet. And if this is approved, only the 2 buildings that are currently there in that 5-foot setback will be allowed. Everything else is shown, and or anything that is proposed in the future will be a 30-foot setback. This was the original site plan as it was originally approved on September 5th of 2019. And this is the modified site plan that shows the reduction in the lot sizes, shows additional gravel, and then it shows an additional storage building that is currently sitting at Baldwin County Building Department waiting on us to get the variance approved and the extension request approved before they can move forward. These are 2 36 by 125-foot covered storage buildings that have been permitted and are in place and are occupied. This is their grading and drainage plan. There's not been any significant changes that we can see to it. One of the conditions that'll be set forth would be that this is still in compliance with what was previously approved. If there are any significant changes to the drainage, that will be updated before the site plan gets recorded. This is your vicinity map. It is located in Foley's planning jurisdiction, but they do not exercise review authority for RV parks. And this is your aerial site map. They have provided comments that do meet the variance criteria. Staff does acknowledge that it was originally approved as 5 foot, front, rear, and side, but since the final site plan had not been recorded, P&Z staff could not allow a site plan with incorrect setbacks to be recorded and have requested the setbacks to be shown as 30 foot from exterior property line. This resulted in the 2 covered storage buildings to now be located within what otherwise would be a 30-foot building setback. Staff does recommend that the variance request for SV 2213 be approved due to prior final site plan approval, and that the variance request does conform with the variance criteria of section 8.1 through 8A through 8.1E with the following conditions. The modified site plan shall be recorded prior to approval of any further building permits. Any comments received from Highway regarding review and modification of the drainage document are reflected on the updated final site plan as needed prior to it being recorded, and then memorialized that the approved and recorded final site plan shall thereafter be binding upon the owner, his or her heirs, successors, assigns, and shall limit and control the issuance and validity of permits and certificates, and shall restrict and limit the use and operation of all land and structures within the plan unit development to all conditions and limitations specified in such plan and approval thereof. Should the Planning Commission deny the variance request, the following conditions would apply. If the variance request is denied, then conditions 1 through 3 on the previous slide are included in the action of denial and shall be satisfied, but without the allowance of the requested 5-foot setback. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, any questions for staff? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Booth. Jeremy Sasser?
Jeremy Sasser with Goodwin Mills and Kaywood, here representing the developer of this project. Just here to answer any questions the commission might have.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? Are these storage buildings just for RVs and boats to back up into?
They're open-sided just for RVs and boats.
Okay. All right. They're open all 4 sides?
I believe they do have sides on the ends, but I cannot remember that for 100% certainty.
I was thinking more about the I guess what would be the east property
east
line.
face.
It backs up to that property since it is closer now. I didn't
I
know
believe
if
it's
that-
got
if it had
a little bit of metal turned down, but it's not all the way. I do know that.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I had no one else signed up, so I'm going to close the public hearing. Any questions or comments? If not, I'd entertain a motion. Okay.
I'll second it.
Mr. Thomasmeyer's made the motion to approve. Mr. Mullick has seconded the motion. Any questions, comments on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, gentlemen, you can rejoin us.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question. It's out of alignment of the agenda, but we do have a request for extension on this same subject property. Do you want to pull that and go follow up with that one? Or do you want to stay on the agenda? I have no problem.
Let's just stay with our
Yes,
agenda.
sir.
I thought about that too. Let's just go on.
Okay.
Our next item, we'll open the public hearing for case number S-20051 Sandy Toes RV Park. Does anybody need to declare any prior communication on this item? Okay, Ms. Booth?
Okay, the applicant is requesting a one-year extension request for final site plan approval. The subject property is located on the north side of County Road 32, approximately half mile west of Baldwin Beach Express in Summerdale area. It is located in Planning District 18 and is currently unzoned. They were originally approved for 40 sites, and they still have 40 sites. They have 1,797 linear feet of streets that will be public, will not become public and will remain private, maintained by the developer and owner. This is the original site plan that was approved September 3rd, 2020. This is a modified site plan. The changes to phase 1 is in the original approval. They had 20 sites in phase 1, 20 sites in phase 2, and they also had on-site septic. They are now converting to public sewer, and so phase 1 will now have 33 sites, and then phase 2 will have 7. So they'll still have 40 sites as was originally approved. The only significant change is the difference in the phasing, and that they are now going to be on public sewer. This is your vicinity map, your aerial view. The previous owner was Mr. Paul Duncan, and he has since sold it. So the current owner, Mr. John Dotson, has authorized Baker Davis to submit an updated site plan, which we've just discussed. As previously stated, the only thing was a change in construction phase and then conversion from septic system to public sewer. The drainage narrative that has been reviewed and has been accepted by Baldwin County Highway Department. The modified site plan concurs that there are no minor changes from the original site plan, and review of all drainage improvement drawings will be conducted during the construction plan review once the final site plan approval has been extended. Staff recommends that a one-year extension request be approved, and with the following conditions: that administrative approval of the name change from Sandy Toes RV Park that was originally approved is changed to Summer Acres RV Resort. There will be a review and approval of construction plans and issuance of a subdivision permit for Baldwin County Highway Department. The applicant will record a full plan set for a final site plan, and then they can submit for application for the building permit, which will be through the town of Summerdale. And I'll answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for staff?
Who's going to be the sewer provider? I don't see a will serve letter included as part of this. Is that not
It's
required?
Baldwin County Sewer.
Okay.
And I don't typically include a will serve letter with an extension request, but
Okay.
they do have one. And they are actually they're on standby waiting for us to get construction plans approved. And as soon as those are approved, they're going to hit the ground running.
You can. All right, any other questions for staff? All right, Larry Smith or David Lavery, either one want to speak to this?
Baker Davis. I'm not sure where that come from.
Well, all I have is Oh, never mind, it's on another project.
Have you forgot me already,
In the
Steve?
wrong box.
I know it's been a while since I've stood before you. Good evening, Baker Davis, Divergent Engineering, representing the owner.
There too.
Appreciate y'all's consideration. I'm here for any questions, anything y'all need.
All right, anybody have any questions for the representative? Okay, thanks, sir.
Thank you.
I had no one signed up. That's the reason I went straight to the next file. So did anybody sign up for this? All right. I'm going to close the public hearing. Any questions, comments? Entertain a motion?
Motion we approve, subject to compliance.
All right, Mr. Nance made the motion to approve subject to the conditions by staff.
Seconded.
Who was that? Mr. Seibert seconded the motion. Any question or comments on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion's approved. All right, now we'll go back to case number SV 22-13. We'll open the public hearing, Deep South Boat Storage and RV Park Extension.
Mr. Chairman, I need to recuse myself in this case.
Mr. Chairman, I need to recuse myself.
Getting our exercise.
Yeah, I did that just to make y'all walk. All right, anybody else need to declare any prior communication on this? All right, not. Mary?
The applicant is requesting a one-year extension request for final site plan approval. They've already had one previous, so this will be their final available request. You already know the project information. Site plan originally approved. The modified site plan. And staff recommends that a one-year extension request for final site plan approval for this case be approved, subject to compliance with Baldwin County subdivision regulations and the following conditions. The provisions of approval or denial of the variance request be memorialized, and as you have previously approved it, that will be memorialized on the final site plan. They submitted an updated drainage dock. It is being reviewed by Highway, and we don't believe there's any significant changes. And so that will just be one of the conditions for approval, is that everything's still in compliance. Memorialized that the approved and recorded final site plan shall be binding thereafter, and then all construction activities shall be completed no later than September 3rd, 2023. And there are no remaining extensions allowed. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for staff? Okay. Mr. Sasser, do you have anything you need to add? Nope. Just ready to go, I bet. All right. Any questions or comments? If not, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve conditions to subject outlined by staff.
Okay, Mr. Mullins made a motion that we approve. Do I have a second?
Second.
Bill seconded the motion. Any question or comments on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion's approved. Okay. Open the public hearing for case number CSP 22-16, Church of His Presence. Does anyone need to declare any prior communication on this item? Okay. Good evening.
Good evening.
Did it wake you up over there?
Waited a while for these.
All right, Corey.
All right, thank you. I am pleased to present CSP 2216, Church of His Presence. It is currently in Planning District 15 and zoned RSF1. The location is to the east side of State Highway 181. It is a house of worship and covers 8.08 to 57 acres. The applicant is SE Civil, here on behalf of the owner, Church of His Presence. The applicant's request is to allow for the construction of a 77,320 square foot auditorium. As you can see here on the locator map on your left and the site map on your right, the subject property. The adjacent land use to the north is residential and zoned RA. The adjacent land use to the south is timberland and zoned RSF1. The adjacent land use to the east is residential and is within Daphne city limits. And the adjacent land use to the west is agricultural and zoned RA. Here are some property images. This is the subject property. The adjoining property to the north. The adjoining property to the south. The property across the street. These are the zoning requirements for RSF1 Single Family District, and as you can see highlighted, that the house of worship falls within the zoning requirements for RSF1. This is the site plan, and what is highlighted is the new building, as well as the additional parking for this building. A note from the architect states the new 77,320 square foot two-story auditorium building will primarily function as the religious worship space, and the existing building that's used for worship space will be converted to assembly space for youth age. This is the parking plan, and here is the updated breakdown of the parking data, showing you the amount of spaces for the existing building, as well as the proposed building, including the auditorium, lecture halls, and mixed use. The total number of required spaces is 621, and they are providing 756 parking spaces. This is the building elevation, 57 feet 6 inches, the erosion and sediment control plan, as well as the drainage narrative. This is the landscape plan around the proposed building, the landscape buffers along the south end of the property, as well as the Highway 181 frontage, and then existing landscape will remain. Agency comments from Highway. They reviewed the drainage calculations and the drainage plans and found them to be acceptable. From ALDOT, I will show these upon conditions of approval, and there are no further comments from other agencies. There are prior land use applications that have been submitted in March of 2014 for the construction of the existing church, and then again in April of 2019 for the construction of a warehouse. No changes have been made to these previous land uses, and all items have been submitted. The proposed auditorium and additional parking does conform to the zoning ordinance, and it meets all the requirements within RSF1. The future land use designation will be residential for the subject property, and the current use of the property is institutional. The proposed building will also be institutional, and this will not affect the value of the neighboring property. So staff recommends approval with the following conditions. Verification from ALDOT that drainage to the ALDOT right-of-way on State Route 181 is acceptable, and this verification will occur prior to issuance of the Commission Site Plan Certificate. And number 2, memorialize within the approval recommendation that the closeout requirements of Section 18.9.7 of the zoning ordinance are required, and they're a prereq to obtain a certificate of occupancy for the proposed new building. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Anybody have any questions for staff? So you may went by it, but Tyler, there were several comments you had on but were they addressed? The one I got, the staff report I got in the package you had like 3 items you were concerned about. Have they been?
That's right. I have not received a revised drainage plan yet, but those will be addressed before we get final approval on that.
Okay.
So I have spoken with the engineer, and they are working on revising those.
Okay. All right. Any other questions for staff? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Rhodes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Larry Smith or David.
Hi, I'm Dave Lavery with SC Civil, and I'm here with the applicant, here to answer any questions.
Okay, anybody have any questions for the applicant's representative? Made you walk up here for nothing. Yeah. All right, that's all I had signed up. I'm gonna close the public hearing. What's your desire?
Motion we approve with the condition being met for drainage.
Okay, Mr. Nance has made a motion, we approve.
Second.
Mr. Bias has seconded the motion. Any questions, comments on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Open public hearing for case number CSP 22-17, Burke's Meat Market. Anybody need to clear any prior communications on this item? Okay, Ms. Rhodes.
All right, thank you. So this is Commission Site Plan Approval for Burke's Meat Market. It is located in Planning District 12 and zoned RA. The subject property is located at the intersection of County Road 62 North and Price Grubbs Road in the Elsinore community. The current use is vacant, and it is over 3 acres. The applicant is SE Civil, who is here on behalf of the owner, Pennstar LLC. The applicant's request is to construct a 3,342 square foot building for a meat market. You can see here on the locator map as well as the site map that the adjacent land use in most of the quadrants is agricultural, except for the west, which is residential, and the adjacent zoning in all quadrants is RA. These are the property images, the subject property, the property to the east, the property to the west, and across the street. These are the zoning requirements for RA, and the meat market would fall under local commercial uses, fruit and produce store. They further explain this from email correspondence that he will only be selling his beef and poultry. Here is the site plan. There are no landscape buffers because they're adjacent to RA zoning. In terms of their parking data, they'll have 17 20 by 10 parking spaces, and all their permits have been acquired. This is a zoomed in portion of the site plan showing you that all the setbacks have been met, as well as parking and building elevation, which has been met. These are the erosion and sediment control plans, as well as the drainage narrative and the landscape plans. Agency comments from Highway. This was reviewed by Mr. Tyler Mitchell. He said that the issuance of the turnout permit gives Highway approval of the plans and drainage. This was an excerpt from an email from Weezy Jeffers back in July, and there are no further comments. The proposed meat market does conform to the requirements of the zoning ordinance, and the submitted site plan meets the requirements of the RA setbacks. The future land use will be agricultural for the subject property. The current use of the property is vacant. The proposed building will be a commercial fruit and produce store, as this use is one that may be expected within the agricultural community, and staff is unaware of any information suggesting this would decrease the value of the neighboring property. With that, staff recommends approval with the following condition: to memorialize the approval recommendation that the closeout requirements of section 18.9.7 of the zoning ordinance are required and a prerequisite to obtaining a certificate of occupancy for the proposed new building. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Just a quick question. The zoning says for a fruit and produce store, we're going to sell beef and poultry. So it falls within RA, or does he need something else so there's not something later that comes back and gets him, stops him from doing it?
So when a particular use is not clearly identified in our table of permitted uses, then we look for the clearest thing. And with the inclusion of their email where they conceded essentially that it was going to have these conditions and limitations, we felt like this was the closest and most appropriate use. And so your approval will make it permitted.
Because I asked that because he's only going to sell beef, but we're giving him approval to basically with that. There's no stipulation for the approval. So he could go back and add produce stand. He could go back and add whatever else within that zoning. So he could, and I'm good with him getting more of a zoning if it need be. But he could go back and do those things.
Sure, he would have to come back for a commission site plan approval if he was going to add additional structures and modify that site. But we understand that if he could sell some other things he produced from his farm in there as well, and it might not just be beef, I don't know what else he might be growing, but that could be included.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Just one quick question. Given that this is going to be fresh meat, poultry, whatever, that they are going to sell there, are there any external certificates or certifications or inspections that would be necessary before we can move forward with this?
I am not aware of any other certificates.
I'll just chime in. Any health department or anything, we wouldn't hold up our approval. That would be a separate process that they would need to comply with.
Okay, any other questions for staff? All right. Larry, or Jackson? Jackson, you'll have to tell me what your last name is.
Perfect, Larry.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I'm Jackson Burke-Bigler with SE Civil on behalf of our client. I did a lot of the engineering design and hydraulic analysis of this project, and I think the staff did a great job of presenting it as is, but I'd love to answer any questions if you have any.
Okay. Anybody have any questions? All right. That's all I had signed up. I'm going to close the public hearing.
Mr. Chairman, I motion to approve, subject to staff comments and considerations.
All right, Mr. Bosch made a motion to approve.
Seconded.
Mr. Nance seconded the motion. Any question, comments on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Open public hearing for case number CSP 22-18, Purdue property. Does anybody need to declare any prior communications on this item? Ms. Rhodes, they put all yours at the end, huh?
Yes, sir.
All right.
Yes, sir. All right, I'm happy to present CSP 2218 on behalf of Ms. Selena Boykin for Purdue property. It is in Planning District 15. It is zoned M1 as well as B2. It is located on the south side of Milton Jones Road in the Daphne area. The current use is commercial, and it's 4.3 acres. The applicant is Dewberry, and the applicant's request is for a storage facility. Looking at the locator map and the site map, you can see the adjacent land use to the north is vacant, with the zoning as M1. To the south is commercial, with also M1 zoning. To the east is State Highway 181 and agricultural, with the adjacent zoning as RSFE. And to the west is vacant with RSFE zoning. Here are the property images. This is the subject property, the adjoining property to the south, the adjoining property to the north, and across the street. These are the zoning requirements for M1, and this falls under professional service and office uses, and the requirements for mini warehouses. Now, this is not in your current packet, Commissioners, but this is the updated site plan for this presentation. This is phase 1, and I will go through that highlighted portion in a later slide. All right, this is a zoomed in portion of the site plan showing you the data. The two buildings, the north building will have 40 units, the south building will have 72 units. The existing building on the property is 2,500 square feet. In terms of their parking requirements, they are required to have 19 spaces, but they are providing 20. So they are meeting all the requirements there. This is the building elevation for the storage units, which is 9 feet 3 inches. In the building plan, the erosion and sediment control plans, as well as the landscape plans. This is the proposed facade and lighting style for the two storage units. Agency comments from Highway. The applicant has addressed these comments from Highway and are waiting on approval, and there are no further comments. So the proposed storage buildings do conform to the requirements of the zoning ordinance, and the site plan meets the M1 zoning setbacks. All the documents have been provided except for an updated landscape plan and approval from the Highway Department for the stormwater plan. The B2 portion of the property does need to be brought into compliance with setbacks and landscaping. When phase 2 is requested for approval, the existing office building shall be removed from the front setback line and all required front landscaping installed, either 1, as part of the approval of any further development or subdivision of the site, or 2, prior to 36 months after approval of the phase 1 site plan. So summary, the subject property is zoned both M1 and B2 with adjacent uses of M1 and RSFE, and the commission site plan approval is requesting 2 storage facilities to be constructed. So staff feels this is, staff recommends approval with the following conditions, and these are different from what is given to you in your package. Number 1, the Planning Commission may specify a period of time different than the 180-day default time period in section 18.2.4 for the issuance of a building permit. Number 2, any expansion of the proposed structures or facility shall necessitate additional review by the Planning Commission. Number 3, the existing office building shall be removed from the front setback line and all required front landscaping installed as 1, a part of the approval of any further development or subdivision of the site, or 2, prior to 36 months after approval of this Phase 1 site plan. This was highlighted in yellow on the site plan. Number 4, approval of the stormwater plan by the Highway Department shall be received before issuance of the CSP certificate. And the final condition upon approval is to memorialize within the approval recommendation that the closeout requirements of section 18.9.7 of the zoning ordinance are required and a prereq to obtain a certificate of occupancy for the proposed new building. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
So, Ms. Rose, do I understand going from the denial that was in our report to the approval, the applicant has agreed to those conditions?
Yes, sir.
All right, any questions for staff? All right. Oh, you have a question?
No, I'm good.
Well, I got a public hearing.
Go ahead.
Okay. You weren't going to make, I'm going to do him like they used to do me. Mr. Dewberry, could you come up to the front? I know Kyle. I used to get called that a lot. So he sat here all night waiting just for this one item. Somebody ought to ask him a question. You ought to give him something.
Yeah, I'm Kyle Straw. I'm with Dewberry. My name is not Dewberry. I'm representing the owner and here to answer any questions.
There's an existing orchard on the property in the back. Is it still producing fruit?
Not aware of that one.
All right. Does anybody have any questions for Kyle? Gosh, Kyle, I hate that you had to sit through this whole meeting just for this, but.
Thank you.
All right. No questions? Entertain a motion?
I would motion we approve with the conditions met by staff.
Mr. Nance has made a motion to approve, subject to the conditions.
Second.
Mr. Bias has seconded the motion. Any question or comments on the motion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, our last case number, it'll be is this a public hearing?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman. This is an old business item.
That's what I thought.
And Chairman Commissioners, it'll be easier if I can stay seated and we can get through this pretty quick.
Okay. This will be case number CSP 22-2, Circle K Convenience Store.
And Chairman Commissioners, old business item for you, and if you'll indulge me while I get this going here. And I do not intend to show you all of the slides from the prior approval. What I discovered, Mr. Chairman, is that after this approval had been granted by the Planning Commission, that a lot of the standardized language you see in these commission site plan approvals, I failed to include. So what I'm going to do here is just remind everyone where this is at the intersection of County Road 64 and Highway 181, and it is a commission site plan for constructing a Circle K store, and just go right to the staff recommendation here. And just to clarify that the actual approval that is granted to the developer is an actual certificate generated by CitizenServe. So when we condition these approvals, and we're waiting on the actual ALDOT permit, not the application for permit, but the actual permit, we wait on those and do not issue that commission site plan certificate until we receive those items. They have to have that certificate in order to proceed with their vertical construction and to get their building permits. So what you see on screen here is adding in the word certificate, making that very explicit, making that very clear. adding that to the recommendation from last time. And then, because this is my error, Commissioners, what I'm going to ask is that we set the actual approval date by the Planning Commission to today's date. And then you notice some of that standardized language that we have, the 180-day default period, the getting the CO. You can't get the CO until you have the as-built, that any expansion proposed facility shall come back to the Planning Commission. Just adding those standardized language back into this one that we do in all the other commission site plans, because I failed to do it when we were here in July. And so basically the request is to add the red text you see here to the prior approval as an old business item.
Okay. Any questions? Everybody understand? I'll entertain a motion then.
Move its approval.
Is that Bill?
All right. Second.
I didn't hear. Second. Mr. Thomasmeyer seconded it. All right. Any questions, comments on the motion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Public comments. I had a bunch of people signed up, but it looks like to me they all left. So, no public. Any other? There's no public here. All right. Reports. Staff reports.
I just wanted to say thank you to each of y'all. This is a tough job that y'all do, and great job tonight. Y'all having a lot of stuff thrown at you. So hats off to y'all for doing that. I also want to thank staff. We run around all over the place to try to have these as prepared as possible based on what we anticipate coming. And I just think Ashley got her vehicle stuck in the mud over a weekend, checking a site that she thought was maybe an issue, her personal vehicle, so they really pour their hearts into this. So thank you all.
Okay, legal counsel.
I would really just reiterate what Matthew says. Thanks to y'all, and thanks for, being rational and thinking even when you've got people kind of yelling down your throat and everything, and the days get long. So I really do appreciate y'all and appreciate everybody showing up, and thanks to the staff as always, because they have more and more stuff coming at them all the time, and they are still handling it, and everyone says such good things that deals with our planning and zoning department, and that is not the way it is for every county or municipality in Alabama. So I think that says a lot for our department here.
Okay. Well, I'll say it from us. Thank y'all. Y'all do a lot to prepare us for these meetings, and we appreciate it. And we know you have to work hard at that too. So, but thank you. Our next meeting is October 6th. Anything else? Anybody need to say anything? Just dying to say it? Good night. All right. We are adjourned.